Start recording. Okay. Greetings and salutations, everyone. Greetings and salutations. Mute my own stream there. Hello. I am Tailsteak, and I am going to be running this game of Sherlock Holmes. We have our 4 players here, and they're going to be put through a devilish mystery that I have concocted for them. We begin our story in London, England, Friday, October 24th, 1890, the 53rd year of the glorious reign of Queen Victoria. You all know Sherlock Holmes, of course. There's been many depictions of him throughout the years, but our version isn't quite so superhuman. He's just very optimized. There he is. Sherlock Holmes has a remarkable ability to focus on a case, granting him an extra 2d6 to related observation or knowledge checks at the expense of his other stats. He also practices an eclectic martial art called Bartitsu, which gives him an extra 2d6 to hearty checks made for punching people in the head. And Sherlock is being played by...
Hi, my name is Gray. I'm going to be playing Sherlock Holmes for this adventure.
Okay, thank you so much. Then, of course, we've got Dr. John Watson. There he is there. John Watson is Holmes' best friend and biographer. He's a war veteran, a medic, so he gets an extra 2d6 to checks related to medicine, and he has a unique ability that allows him to inspire those around them. And Watson is being played by...
Alonzo. Hi. How you doing? I'm playing Watson.
All right. And then we have someone who is not typically seen as an ally to Sherlock Holmes, but she will be for this game. Irene Adler. Adler is an opera soprano, talented seductress, and grifter. She gets a bonus to convince men that she's harmless. It doesn't work on Sherlock. And she gets other bonuses that kick in when she's cornered and risks capture. She is one of the few people to outwit the famous detective, and he respects her for it. Many people have speculated that they're secretly in love, but the truth is they simply find each other absolutely fascinating for different reasons. And Irene is being played by...
Hi, my name's Justin M, or just ADHD Musica.
Yeah. Would you prefer Justin or M?
Whatever. I don't mind
M
any
it
label,
is.
so.
And then finally we have Wiggins, scrappy little orphan, leader of the Baker Street Irregulars, who he can summon to run around town doing errands on his behalf. He also has the Guardian Angel ability, which allows him once per day to roll luck instead of any other check. Wiggins is being played by...
Hey, I'm Nettie. I'll be playing Wiggins. Yeah, go ahead and just call me Nettie.
Okay. We also have Kev in the audio with us. Say hi, Kev.
Hello.
She is going to be hanging out with us, helping out, possibly jumping in if there's any issues or anything I forget. You can sort of think of her as a Greek chorus, if you will. Any of the players have anything else to mention before I start out our opening monologue?
I'm good. Let's get started.
Yeah,
All
let's
right.
Let's do
Well
it.
then. Oh,
Croak,
yeah.
croak.
All right. Well, before we begin then, I would like to welcome everyone to a little game I call Sherlock Holmes, Blood and Gold. Now, despite the fact that this is a Sherlock Holmes story, we are not starting out at 221B Baker Street. We're starting at 87 Chandler Street, where Irene Adler is. 87 Chandler Street is a home currently being rented to one Mr. Lord Edwin de Winterfell. Let me pop him in there. Lord Edwin de Winterfell, before he came to England, was a man by the name of Elijah de Witt. He apparently made his sizable fortune in the California gold rush and has decided to retire to England to become a fancy aristocrat, or at any rate, what he thinks a fancy aristocrat is. He came across the pond about a month ago and is currently in the middle of negotiating the purchase of a large manor house and a sizable piece of property up in the north, which would technically make him a lord, a title that this American feels confident he is already entitled to use. Even more scandalous than that, one of the first things Lord Edwin de Winterfell did when he came to London was to put out an ad stating that he was looking for a wife, someone young, beautiful, fertile, and, in his words, agreeable. You, Irene, have stepped up to answer that ad, not just because you want to take this boorish idiot's money, but, you tell yourself, to save any other poor woman who might not have your social savvy from falling into his unbearable clutches. Lord de Winterfell is rough around the edges, and that's putting it mildly. He has utterly failed to pick up on British aristocratic social graces and has the fashion sense and impulse control of a toddler. He's quite fit for 61, except for the fact that at the moment he has a terrible head cold, something he blames on this damnable English climate. And indeed, there is a miserable drizzle out today. Kick that in. There, the folks at home might be able to hear my background sound there. Now, regardless of Lord de Winterfell's illness, plans are going ahead for the party that he's throwing tonight. He keeps calling it a ball, despite the fact that 87 Chandler Street does not technically have a ballroom. Despite his controversial antics, there are plenty of people in London who are all too eager to be friends with an eccentric rich man, and this crowd of sycophants is due to show up at any moment. And first roll of the game, Irene, if you would go ahead and give me an observation check.
Great.
Why the
okay,
D3? No, 3D6, my friend. 3D6.
Mm-hmm. 3.
Much better. Okay, so
Mhm.
that's a 9. And on a 9, well, you don't have to be Sherlock Holmes to spot this. Irene's pretty sharp. You've seen Edwin while the two of you have been setting up for this party. You've noticed that when he thinks you aren't looking, he has been excitedly toying with something or other in his vest pocket, something about the size of a golf ball. You suspect that even though you and he have known each other for about a week, he might have fallen to your charms and may be expecting to pop the question once enough people have shown up to witness it, and what you plan to do with this proposal is up to you. It is currently 6:20 p.m., and at the moment, Lord Edwin de Winterfell is testing out the phonograph, because even though a record player is a fairly new invention, a wealthy person with more money than sense obsessing about their awesome sound system is universal. He's also bustling himself about the main room, pretending to understand the labels on various bottles of wine, breathing on all the finger foods, etc. Now, he's been going through servants, can't seem to keep people at the house for very long when they, see what he thinks an aristocrat is. And the most recent servants that he's had hired, Richard and Mary, are supposed to be bringing in additional treats and arranging them on tables, but for whatever reason, you haven't seen Richard or Mary for about 15 minutes. Lord de Winterfell grumbles that you can't find good goddamn help these days, and asks that you go check on them. I would like you to go ahead and make me another observation check as you make your way down the hallway to look for these people. Okay, that is a 12. Very good. Okay. You make your way out of the main room, down the hallway. It's a straight shot from there to the front door. As I mentioned, it's raining out, sort of drizzling, kind of miserable. Not really what you'd call like a real rain. It's just almost a mist. And Richard and Mary are not present. On a 12, I will tell you that you do notice that Richard's coat is not in the front hall closet there. Also, there are some cardboard boxes that look as though they may contain recently delivered pastries that have been stacked up near where the door is and crushed ever so slightly by the door. Not to ruin the pastries, but whoever swung the door open and evidently left it open didn't really care about the structural integrity of the pastry box. You can hear from the other room that Lord de Winterfell has queued up the 1812 overture. And whether he is conscious of the implications of an American playing a piece of music about the War of 1812 to a British audience, you're not entirely certain. You know that he just likes the big booming cannon bit. So yes, near you there is the servants' quarters. Richard and Mary have not moved into the servants' quarters, but they do occasionally make use of them. They've only been with Lord de Winterfell for about 2 weeks. But yeah, if you're knocking and looking around there, you don't see them either. And I will say that, still rolling off your original check of 12, you are now hearing in the main room that you just left, where the 1812 overture is still playing. You're hearing some noises, a scuffle of some sort. And on a 12, you do also hear Lord de Winterfell himself say something along the lines of, "You bastard."
Sorry. Did I lose?
Yeah, you see no sign of the servants. The door has been left open in a careless manner, and from the room you just left a second ago, you hear the sounds of the 1812 overture, but also scuffling and what possibly sounded like the words "you bastard."
From Lord Edwin.
Yes.
So I turn and go as quickly but as quietly as possible to creep around the corner and see if I can see what's going on.
Okay, if you're going to be stealthy, go ahead and give me a competence check. For Irene, that's 5d6. Interesting. We got 2 1s in there, and we've got 2 6s. Well, I'm going to say that, yeah, with a total of 19, you are quite stealthy indeed. And so when you crack open the door to the main room that you were just in, you're there just in time to see Lord Edwin de Winterfell in the center of the room, crumpling to the floor, bleeding profusely from the neck, and a dark figure dashing to the far end of the room and fiddling with the bay window that leads out to the back garden.
I move to try to intercept the figure before they can leave the room.
Okay, so as you dart into the room, the dying Lord de Winterfell, he is clutching at his slashed throat, and he sees you enter and tries to reach out for you. If you would like to sort of juke around him as you chase this dark figure, go ahead and give me another competence check.
Would I be
I mean, you don't
With the
have to
realization-
juke around him. You can.
with the realization that he's close, he's not simply injured, but actually close to death? Could I switch that to trying to give aid?
Yeah, you
Edwin?
can certainly attempt to give aid. So simply kneel down by his body and see what you can do to try and patch him up.
That would still be a competence.
That would
right?
still be a competence check. Yes, attempting to give first aid. That is a 16. Very good. So as you rush into the room and sort of get close to Lord de Winterfell to try to assist him, he is, for obvious reasons, not 100% in a decent state of mind. He is sort of clutching at you. There's blood getting all over the damn place. The dark figure makes it to the back window, has opened it, and has disappeared out into the back garden where the rain is, and conscientiously shuts the window behind himself. Lord de Winterfell, you try to, I don't know, put something around his neck, but you can't exactly put a tourniquet on someone's neck, and he has already lost enough blood that he can't really, he's fading out. He clearly can't speak, or through a slashed throat, he can't speak anyway. He's trying to make hand gestures. You may make observation checks or whatever other kind of check you think would be appropriate here.
Yeah, I would ask him. Yeah, I would make an observation check, asking him what he's trying to tell me. Edwin,
Okay.
what are you trying to tell me?
Yeah, go ahead, give me an observation check, and I'll let you apply this to the dark figure as well as the general state of the room and whatnot. Just, I'm assuming you're, keyed in, your senses are all over the place. Oh, that's shit!
Yep.
Oh no.
Yeah, no, unfortunately, as per the
It was
rules of the game,
3D3.
That
that
was a 3D3.
Oh, yes, no, go ahead and re-roll that. I was about to say
Oh.
311 is not great on 3D6, but for a 3D3,
Oh, 3D3.
yeah, roll the correct type of the cubes, my man. Yeah, that's
go.
better. Okay, on a 10,
There we go.
here's what you get. On a 10, Lord Edwin de Winterfell, born Elijah DeWitt, soon to be the late Lord Edwin de Winterfell, you can tell he is dying, full stop. Also, you can see quite clearly the weapon that killed him. It was discarded and sort of scattered a few feet from where you are. It is a kitchen knife. What he is trying to communicate to you, as far as you can tell, seems to be some sort of apology. He is apologizing to you, I guess, for the inconvenience that he is now dying. And other than that, he can't be specific. The dark figure who just left, you did get just a hint of his face through the glass as he turned to shut the window behind him. He's wearing black hat, black cape of some sort, appears to be a white male, wearing glasses, but you can't see from the nose down because he was kind of doing the Dracula thing a little bit. As he was doing the Dracula thing to cover his face, and with his other hand closing the window, you did catch a glimpse of what was held in the hand that he held up over his face. He did have a gun of some sort. And that person has left out into the darkness. And
Guns are well known for slitting people's throats.
yes. And unfortunately, on a 10, you don't hear or see this until it is too late. Some party guests have just arrived. Specifically, Dora Culpepper, who you know. She's a blonde. She was a competitor with you for the late Lord de Winterfell's affections. You have Grace Birdwhistle. She was an aristocrat, possibly wanted to be a would-be sycophant of the late Lord. And Howard Camden, a man with a mustache and a chipper demeanor who had wanted the Lord to invest in a business of some sort. Anyway, these three people evidently have arrived all together and are quite surprised to see you, are quite surprised to see this scene, and Grace Birdwhistle makes a show of, oh goodness, I'm fainting, but you can tell she's kind of faking it. She is trying to faint because she thinks that's what a woman is supposed to do, but she's not actually losing consciousness. And Howard Camden, as the sole man present, is trying to be bold and brave and has strode forward into the room saying, "My goodness, what's all this? What's going on? What happened?"
There was a man. He just escaped with a gun out the window.
Out the window? My God! He rushes to the window and looks out, but evidently doesn't see anything. And he gestures to Dora Culpepper and says, Dora, call for the police immediately." And he rushes over to the door, which also leads out into the back garden, and tries to dash out after someone. Irene, go ahead and give me a social check. Howard has left, so you're just left with the two ladies. I'm going to have you make one with your regular 5d6 for Grace Birdwhistle, and then another with a penalty 3d6 for Dora Culpepper, because Dora Culpepper doesn't fucking like you. Okay, the 5d6, not great. You got an 11.
And that was with rolling the right dice.
Yeah, and you also managed to get an 11 for Dora. Uh, so the good news is both ladies currently believe the same thing. The bad news is they're kind of, you can tell, slightly not sure about whether or not there was a mysterious figure who just escaped. Obviously, if Howard brings someone back by the scruff of the neck, then everything's gravy. But Dora Culpepper shoots you kind of a nasty look as she rushes out as she was bidden to summon the first police person she can find.
Who is there was Howard, Dora, and what was the third person?
Grace. Grace is
Grace.
an older woman. She's a spinster. She's in her early 50s. She had a brother who recently died. There's Howard.
Mhm.
He wanted
Yeah.
the Lord de Winterfell to invest in his beverage business. And you have Dora Culpepper. She was a competitor for
Rival.
the agreeable wife slot.
Okay. Got it.
So Howard has left to try and track down the mysterious assailant. Dora has left to try and find a cop, and you are left with Grace Birdwhistle, who is still sort of swooning against a door frame because she's under the impression that's what you're supposed to do.
I'm gonna say to Grace that we have to stop Howard because that man's clearly dangerous and won't stop to cut down Howard as well as Edwin.
Grace, sort of. You know what? Give me another social check to try and convince her that she should do something or to motivate her to action. Okay, that's much better. 17. Grace gets over her fainting spell and rushes to the window. In fact, the same window that the assailant just crawled out of. She swings it wide and yells out into the darkness, "No, Howard, come back! He's dangerous!" And you aren't certain if Howard has heard her or not. So you are, again, here in the middle of the room, cradling the very much dead body of an exsanguinated, formerly Elijah DeWitt, formerly Lord Edwin de Winterfell, currently dead weight.
I'll check to see if he had that ring.
Go ahead and give me a competence check to see if you can check his pockets without anybody else noticing. Because it might be somewhat impolite. It might be
That was
viewed
just a
with suspicion.
suggestion.
Yeah, I mean, you can if you want. You don't have to.
No,
His tie. He needs to breathe.
Definitely. It's definitely something that I would do. The shock of Edwin's death is quickly passing. I need to figure out what's going on. So I'm going to make do with what I have at hand, and what I have at hand is his dead body. So
Okay.
I'm going to see what he has on him.
That's great. I will note, by the way, before we resolve this, the small golf ball sized object, which you believe to be a ring box, was in his front vest pocket. So even though you're already covered in his blood, you will not be able to reach into a front pocket without getting even more blood all over your hand.
Would I be able to observe whether that bulge is still there?
I'm gonna say, well, you know what? Give me an observation check.
Okay. It's
14, and it's more than half sixes. Yes. So good news, you are confident that there is a golf ball sized bulge in his vest pocket, And having made such a good observation check, you can see an angle of attack that will allow you to get it out and secure it upon your person without getting any additional blood on you. And of course, as of right now, Dora is out finding cops. Grace is looking out the window. Howard is gone. So no one will see you if you get the what you believe to be a ring box out and tuck it somewhere into your on your person.
Okay. Okay, so that would be a competency check.
You already made the competence check. You
Okay.
that was the 13, I believe it was, and
Yes, that's a
13's
13. Yes.
13's pretty good. So yes, you are able to get it out, and sure enough, it actually is a ring box in a sort of purple box embossed with the letter M. Inside there is a very large, quite frankly, a little tacky gold ring, has a big ass diamond in it, surrounded by alternating rubies and emeralds. And Irene, you currently have that. You can hear out the front door the noise of people approaching. And I'm going to say you don't have to roll anything to be aware of the fact that unless Howard finds, this mysterious assailant or there's some other explanation found, you're going to have to schmooze your way through a whole lot of people who are looking at a dead, very rich person with yourself as the only witness and, quite frankly, only possible suspect, given the fact that you're covered in his blood. So your choices right now are to stay and talk to the police, who already kind of don't like you because you mess with Sherlock and they like Sherlock, or book it and hope you can prove your evidence from outside of a jail cell.
So I am going. So I'm not using an alias with Edwin, correct?
Yes,
so
you
they
have
would
been
definitely
going by
look at least
Irene
with-
Adler.
Okay. Is there anywhere I can hide the ring? Not the ring box, but the ring on my person.
You made a decent enough competence check. I included that with it. So yes, you can hide the ring somewhere on your person. Hiding the ring is much easier than hiding the ring box.
Okay, so I'm going to do two separate things, if that works, which is, I mean, the roll will tell me if it works or not. But one would be to roll a competency check to switch one of my current rings out for the one that's in it and hide the ring that's in the box on my person. And then I would assume do a social check to start just crying and making
Just
a big deal about the
selling
fact
it,
that he was gonna propose tonight and show, and it will look like I didn't even open the box if I did the competency check right.
Okay, so we're actually
Looks like
going to
I didn't
make
even open the
3
box.
checks here, because the first check is going to be a resourceful check. We're going to see whether or not you conveniently happen to have a ring that you could swap.
Right. Okay. So hopefully that doesn't derail everything.
No, it's fine.
I'm confident in everything else.
You are allowed to do whatever the fuck you want.
Ah.
Oh, a 5. No, I'm
Ooh.
sorry. Unfortunately, you are wearing gloves, much like in the picture. You may or may not have a ring on your person, but you cannot peel down that long glove, take a ring off, swap it to another ring, roll the glove back up in time. So that's a no to that.
All right. I'm still gonna... I will modify the plan. The competency check will just be to sneak the ring out onto my person and still make a big deal about
The
he was
empty
going to propose.
box. Yeah.
and that must have been what was stolen. So
Okay, go ahead and make that competence check.
okay.
This is gonna look suspicious as fuck if you get caught, so don't fuck this roll up. You did not. 19.
Nice.
Woo.
Okay, you are successfully able to pluck the ring out of the box. I assume put the box back in his pocket. You secure the ring somewhere on your person where it will not be found. Perhaps you tuck it into the top of said glove. And you finish this operation just in time as Grace Birdwhistle turns back around from the window. Howard is making his way back, and Dora is rushing back in with a constable in tow.
Right. And so now I'm gonna start.
Making a big show of
Five.
grieving.
Yeah, I will start making big deal, and I'm going to purposely reach in and grab the box in view of everybody, and just be like, "My dear Edwin, I feel like he was going to propose tonight."
All right, so give me 2 social checks, one for the ladies, one with your bonus for bamboozling the dudes.
Okay, so that would be the 7.
So, yes, you get a bonus 2d6 for convincing men specifically that you are harmless. And holy cow, do you ever nail it on a 25. Okay, so 19 for Dora and Grace. They successfully believe, at least for now, that you are in mourning. 76 Howard and the approaching constable. On a 25, yes, they do believe that you are grieving. You have just witnessed a murder. And the constable, as constables are wont to do, begins asserting his authority, says, okay, nobody leave, you come back in here, close the door, and we're going to sort out exactly what happened here. And he breaks out a little notepad and immediately begins taking testimony. And we are going to cut away from this scene. And we are going to cut to 221B Baker Street, where our other 3 party members are assembled. By this point, it's a little later. I'm going to say around 7 p.m. Given that this is October and the sky is quite overcast from this miserable drizzle, it is very dark out, but not yet what you would call night. No one goes to bed at 7 p.m. So Sherlock, you of course generally are in charge of whatever's happening. So tell me, in this moment between cases, what are you, Dr. Watson, and Wiggins doing together?
I imagine that we're either in between questions for writing my biography. I would be lecturing about something in, a most recent case. Of course, I managed to discover this by doing blah, 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 blah.
Right, and Dr. Watson, of course, is taking notes, and Wiggins is, like, amazed at your deductive brilliance, and so on.
Your crate of Coca-Cola still hasn't arrived from the colony.
Oh, Coca-Cola has not yet been invented, by the way.
It was invented in '86, so it's 4 years old at this point.
Oh, okay.
I don't know if it would have made its way over to.
I don't know if it
London.
would have made its way over, but
Could have sworn I got that right. Okay, anyway. So yes, you are holding court, talking about the details of your most recent adventure. Watson was there for most of it, of course, but you're still revealing details that are astounding him. When your landlady, Mrs. Hudson, comes to the door, and she knocks politely, sticks her head in, which she normally would not do. She normally waits to be invited in, but she sticks her head in through the door and says, sorry, Mr. Holmes, only there's Inspector Lestrade to see you. He says it's quite urgent.
It is always quite urgent with Inspector Lestrade.
And
One
also
moment.
quite interesting. Let's see what the good inspector has for us today.
So Inspector Lestrade, very high-ranking person over at Scotland Yard. You've worked with him before. You know him. He knows and trusts you, although he is at times suspicious of your methods. He comes striding in to your apartment, still quite damp from the weather outside, and he says, "Ah, good evening, Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson." He sort of nods in Wiggins' direction. Evidently, he's not 100% certain if what he's about to say is suitable for a child, but he figures he might as well get on with it. And he says, Holmes, I've got quite a troubling matter has just come to my attention, and it involves, and his voice sort of drops a little bit, it involves one Miss Adler.
Ah, I see, Miss Adler.
Yes, we've had some run-ins with her.
Indeed.
Go on.
Are you familiar at all with one, well, Mr. Elijah DeWitt, who styles himself as Lord Edwin de Winterfell? And you can make a knowledge check. Actually, all of you present can make a knowledge check to see if you know anything about this guy.
Mhm.
He's, like I said, quite controversial. All right. Watson doesn't know much. Sherlock knows quite a bit. Wiggins, you want to see if you know anything?
Yeah, I'm just getting the roll to go off. Hang on, my computer's being dumb.
It's all good.
Damn it.
If you have any further problems like that, Nettie, I could probably roll for you.
That would be super helpful.
Oh, never mind. I figured out what I did wrong. I edited a thing. I'm dumb.
It's all good.
No, you're not.
There we go.
Okay. So yeah, Wiggins, you don't know much about the late Lord de Winterfell because you don't really roll with rich people. Watson, you are vaguely familiar. You've heard the name. You may be aware that he placed the ad looking for an agreeable wife. Sherlock, you are quite aware of Mr. Elijah DeWitt. You know he made his fortune in California. You know he came to England about a month ago. You know he placed the ad looking for a wife. And you may have even seen him about town engaging in some very boisterous nouveau riche kind of behavior. But more than that, you don't really know. You've never met the guy.
Well, I know of him, of course. It pays to keep tracks of any sort of character that is obviously going to be robbed in some sort of way. And due to your appearance, may I assume that has happened?
Oh, would that it were so, sir. If only it were a robbery to which I come to you with. Unfortunately, it is a much more foul crime, that of murder.
Yes, well.
Yes, it was not but a few minutes ago that he was found dead in his own home. Irene Adler, apparently his paramour, the only apparent witness to the homicide. Also present are Grace Birdwhistle, Dora Culpepper, and Howard Camden. We have secured them all at the location for a questioning. And I must confess, we will need your assistance with this, Mr. Holmes. Much as I do not enjoy Miss Adler, and I know you've tangled with her in the past, I must confess I do not believe that she has anything to do with this homicide. It seems quite out of character from what I know of the woman. Nevertheless, we have only her word that it was a dark and mysterious figure who did the deed and escaped into the night.
I see. Well, your competence notwithstanding, of course I shall take the case. Come, Watson! The game is afoot.
Indeed.
Oh, it is. And he takes out a new notebook and goes, writes in it, Lord so-and-so has been murdered.
Yes, Lord de Winterfell.
Lord de Winterfell has been murdered.
Lead the way, Lestrade.
Indeed,
Wiggins.
he has a carriage waiting for you. Now, here's where I'm gonna give you just an option here. You can, by all means, all go to the same location, and there's much to be said of not splitting the party. But I will also mention that. There's the crime scene with the witnesses present to be interrogated. The body has already been taken to Scotland Yard's morgue, and one might want to go about the streets to see what information can be gathered and see if there's been any mention of a dark figure who recently left the home, if anybody knows anything about someone who did not care for Lord de Winterfell. So you can all go to the same place at the same time, or you can split up.
Well, Wiggins, I think that's your speciality there, is drumming up the streets. What do you
Looking
say?
at bodies is my speciality.
I'd certainly like to tag along and, see what's going on, but I can summon some of the boys when we get outside, see if I can't get them to keep an ear to the ground for you, Mr. Holmes.
That would be swell, I think.
All right, so Watson, are you coming with Holmes, or are you going to the morgue?
I think I'm going to go to the morgue.
All right. Inspector Lestrade is only too happy to summon up another carriage for you. He says that the body was only just taken and is probably en route right now. But by the time you arrive at Scotland Yard, it will be there as well. So Sherlock and Wiggins are both on their way to the scene of the crime. But before you do, Wiggins, go ahead and make me a social check. We'll see how many kids like yourself you can summon up and send out to do your bidding.
Alrighty, so that's 1d6.
1d6, unless you want to use your Guardian Angel ability on this, but it's probably better to save it.
Mm-hmm.
5,
Oh.
nice.
Nice.
Okay, so you summon up 5 urchins. They have the same stats as yourself. What would you like to tell these 5 kids to go do?
All right, boys. Mr. Holmes got a case, and I need all of you to get out there, keep your noses to the ground, ears to the walls, and if you hear of anything involving, what was it, Inspector? Some guy in a cloak?
It was the late Lord Edwin de Winterfell, although some may know him better as Elijah DeWitt. Murdered
Yeah, well,
not an hour ago.
He's asking about the guy who ran out the window.
We have no information about that individual whatsoever, only Adler's testimony.
All right. Well, based on what Lady Adler said, that's all we got to go by is something in a dark cloak, and apparently they decided to kill the, old American guy that just moved in.
Okay, so you're
So,
sending out
y'all scatter about. Let me know what you find.
You're sending out a bunch of kids to grab information about this. Give me 5 different observation checks, because you got 5 kids. We're rolling an observation check for each of them.
And that is.
And we will come back to them after you and
2d6?
Holmes
Okay.
do the thing.
Okay, 1.
That's a 10. Very nice. That's a 5. Somewhat less nice. That's a 6. 8. Don't mind if I do. And finally a 5. All right, so we will come back to the details of what they find later. But for right now, we are going to follow Mr. Holmes and Wiggins in tow as you go with Inspector Lestrade to 87 Chandler Street. And I'm going to go ahead and pop up a map of the property. 87 Chandler Street, it's a medium-sized home that Lord de Winterfell was renting. There's a constable posted out front who greets you as you arrive, although he does kind of give the side eye to the kid. He's just sort of standing there with an umbrella, not really doing much other than shooing away any looky-loos. So as you approach, there's the double doors as you enter, hall closet, there's a lavatory immediately upon your entrance, there's a stairway up. You can see the door to the servants' quarters, you can see the sitting room where all the witnesses have been gathered and they are sitting in the sitting room, and then the door forward into the main room. Would you like to proceed into the main room, or would you like to just check out the immediate area and work your way forward?
Who's sitting in the sitting room? Is it Irene Adler and the three?
Yes, Irene
hoity-toities?
Adler, the 3 hoity-toities, and 2 different police officers. The problem with that, it occurs to you that it means you will not be able to interview them individually, but they would all be able to overhear each other. But presumably, if you wanted to, you could say, I'm going to talk to you and bring them over to another room, although that might also prove unusual.
Well, I'm immediately going to turn to the police officer that's standing guard. It's like, perhaps you've failed to notice the servants' quarters to our immediate left, and I note that none of the 4 ladies and gentlemen that are sitting in this fine room are servants in any way. Where are they?
The police officer says, well, as a matter of fact, Mr. Holmes, I did indeed notice. Many people have noticed. From what I understand, there was a butler by the name of Richard, a maid by the name of Mary, both of whom appear to have abandoned their posts. Our men are trying to find them even now, but we cannot understand why they have abandoned their master in what is evidently his most dire hour of need.
That's interesting. Would but I had the children to investigate the streets for said servants now. Very well, let us speak to the guests. Most obviously, the most interesting one of the sitting room is Ms. Adler. You were present, were you not?
Irene, you are sitting in the sitting room. You've been there for, I want to say about 45 minutes at this point. And the presence of the police officers who are also there has been discouraging any further discussion between you and the other witnesses. You are, I've assumed, tried to clean yourself off, but you are still covered in a dead man's blood a little bit.
Good, actually.
I was gonna try to squeeze in there when Holmes said the thing about the needing the children again. Is it okay to cut in at the moment?
Yeah, what did you want to do?
Hey, Mr. Holmes, while you're busy talking to the witnesses, you want me to head outside, see if I can't call up a few more of the boys to see if we can't find the servants?
Splendid.
Okay, I'll get right on that, sir. And
Okay.
Wiggins is gonna head outside, so I figure you can just tell me when I need to roll.
Yeah, I'm going to have you roll right away, but I'm going to tell you because you just used the ability just a few minutes ago, there's going to be a -3 penalty on this, so you better hope you roll a 4 or higher.
Nice.
Indeed, you do.
Whoa.
Okay, so you've got 2 more kids. If you like, you can send one after Richard and the other after Mary.
That's exactly what I'll do. I'll
All right, give me 2 more observation checks then, one for the
Okay.
first, one for the second.
Observation again. I think that was
2d6, I believe.
2d6. Okay.
And I'm not going to give it away yet, but one of these will be easier than the other. Okay, that's a 5, trying to find Richard. Oh, nice, and a 10, trying to find Mary. But we will resolve that later.
I'll
Okay.
stay outside for a bit. I assume this would take me a few
Yeah,
minutes.
this does take you a bit. You can't just yell into the street, "Hey, kids!"
Mhm.
Okay, so yes, Sherlock, Irene, you are now, faced with each other. Um, Irene, you know that at present, at least, you are not suspected of being involved in this crime, certainly not of doing the deed, but you really don't fancy the idea of increased police scrutiny. So, although you have tangled with him in the past, you're kind of thinking Sherlock might be your best bet to
Mm-hmm.
help resolve this matter. So, the two of you, by all means, converse.
Before I greet him, can I
Mhm.
just just from the observation of the past 40 minutes, do I should roll, I don't know, observation, see if I suspect any of the guests as having weird reasons for showing up that early.
By all means, go ahead and give me an observation check. We'll just make it one for all 3 people. And yeah, you've been sitting with them now, not really talking for 45 minutes or so, so 13, not bad. Okay. You are reasonably certain that the reason why these 3 were so unfashionably early was that Dora Culpepper wanted to arrive nice and early and see if she could get herself between you and the late Lord de Winterfell, because she's still gunning for the position that you were evidently about to be offered. And because she didn't want to arrive by herself, she probably dragged the other 2 along. Uh, she may know them. You don't think they're close friends or anything, but she probably called them up because she knew they were going to the same party, and hey, why not share a cab? But that
Perfect.
is your suspicion. You have not actually talked to them about it.
Okay, that's good. I want to greet Sherlock first
Okay.
before he states anything to me. So, uh, and I just want to be like, uh, "Good evening, Sherlock. I'm so glad to see you. They just kept me in such dreadful conditions. They haven't even given me a chance to clean up, no doubt, because they're certain I have some nefarious plan in all this, even though I don't think I'm a suspect yet.
One of the
I'm
cops who was here watching the 4 of you mutters something about disturbing evidence.
disturbing evidence, cleaning blood off my hands. But I know you, Sherlock. I know you don't trust me, but I know why. I know why you don't trust me. Everyone else just will either give me the time of day or look at me suspiciously, but I know I can trust you to help me get to the bottom of this.
Ms. Adler, while our history together is sufficient to convince me that you yourself did not murder this man, that does not rule out the possibility that you had a hand in it happening. If you would please, what happened? In your own words, in your own time, of course.
I would love to disclose the complete truth after I've had time to recall it. Maybe a better time and not around so many observers.
Sherlock, you know that she was probably prevented from cleaning herself off so that you could have a chance to observe her current state. If you check her out and decide that you can't learn anything more from the splatters of blood on her person, she will most likely be permitted to go and clean up, as she certainly should.
I would compare the evidence of both that which is upon you and that which is upon the main room, I believe. If everyone would accompany me to that room, step lively now.
All right. So you lead the cops, Irene, and the other three witnesses all into the main room. Go ahead and give me an observation check for the main room. And are you activating your tunnel vision ability?
I do believe I will. That sounds fantastic to me.
All right. So that is a 7d6. Go ahead, and we will see what you see.
Oh, nice.
I see everything.
Oh, damn. Yeah, you got 3 sixes
Nice.
in that roll, which means it is officially godly level. So you are about to get everything. Buckle up. Okay. So retroactively, you do notice that there were boxes that you presume the police have not interfered with, boxes of pastries that were left by the front door, and the front door had opened and dented the boxes. Other than that, there is no sign of a struggle or a forced entry of any kind. The phonograph has run its course and is at the end of a record. It was possibly playing Tchaikovsky's 1812 Overture at time of death. The initial blood splatter on the floor in the middle of the room is quite large and uninterrupted. It looks like de Winterfell's throat was cut from behind while he was standing. The knife that presumably slit his throat was then immediately discarded onto the floor. It looks like it's a regular kitchen knife. You can tell just at a glance you're not going to be able to get any prints off of it. In addition to the flowers and food, there's a scent of perfume lingering in the room. You can smell it's the same one that Irene is wearing. She was probably here in the room with the late Lord de Winterfell for some time. You can definitely tell that someone has climbed out the back window. You can see it was recently disturbed. Looking out the window, there are a man's footprints in the garden, albeit indistinct. The ground there is very soft, and there's been this pouring rain ever since, so they're about to be wiped out immediately, and you know you wouldn't be able to get a discrete shoe print, but you can definitely tell it is one set of footprints leading out. However, the assailant got in. This isn't it. Let's see. A cucumber sandwich is missing from the finger foods. It was taken recently. You can tell this both because one of the cucumber sandwiches has fallen over into the gap, and also the fact that the cucumber sandwiches are cut diagonally into quarters, and there are 15 of them, which is not a multiple of 4. The floors were recently cleaned in preparation for the party. And unfortunately, a bunch of bumbling bobbies have been all over the scene. But you can tell there is a slight trail of dirt, nearly invisible to the naked eye. I'm going to have you roll resourceful. Let's see if you remembered to bring a magnifying glass. 14. Yes, indeed. You do have a magnifying glass on you. So you can tell this ever so faint trace of dirt goes from the main room up to the kitchen. Unfortunately, it is not one of those hyper-specific neighborhood dirts of which you are so fond, but you can definitely tell it's from somewhere in London near the Thames, probably given the prevalence of horses, literally shitty part of town. You also notice a tiny residue of dill cream cheese is on the edge of one of the cops, Officer Joseph Green. It's right at the edge of his mustache, and Officer Green looked ever so nervous when he noticed you noticing the missing sandwich. One last thing, you can also smell just the faintest hint of rum, which is not one of the beverages being offered at the party.
Interesting. Officer, we can immediately rule out Irene Adler here.
How do you think?
Observe the faint trail of footprints going outside. These are clearly a man's footprints, and you will note that Irene Adler was found inside this room at the time, shortly after the murder, and is wearing heels, with none of which has a trace of dirt, which the rapidly disappearing footprints outside suggest a man's shoes, or at the very least, not heels. Furthermore, the blood splatter is uninterrupted on the blood floor. If Irene had gotten the blood splattered all over her lovely dress during the murder, then the blood pattern on the floor would have been interrupted.
Quite impressive. Well, if Irene didn't do it, who is this mystery assailant, and how did he, we presume, get in?
That is the question. I would like to take a closer look at the kitchen. The murder weapon, it was a kitchen knife, and there is a small trail of dirt that goes from this room to the kitchen. There will be more clues.
Slightly out of character, it was probably through the front door. This is because of the smashed pastries that were observed before anybody else came in. It wouldn't have been the servants, because the servants would have cared about the pastries. Same thing for our recently deceased lord. And so that means that it was likely the unknown person who entered without knowing that the pastries were there and crushed them.
Indeed. Certainly an excellent supposition. So, if you follow the trail of dirt up into the kitchen, first thing you notice, yes, obviously there's a knife block with one knife missing, and the handles match the murder weapon. You can see there's a bunch of other food here, but it doesn't look like it was prepared here. It was all catered and brought in. Looking at the kitchen garbage, you can see quite a few discarded pieces of packaging. The oven is on at a very low heat, and it is keeping some meat dish or other warm. Since we've determined that you do have your magnifying glass, you can follow the ever so faint trail of dirt, and it goes up through the kitchen and into the study.
I mean, I'll follow it. There was an excellent suggestion from what I observed earlier from the discarded knife in the main room, and from it was discarded in some way. Could I have deducted whether the killer was right-handed or left-handed?
I'm going to have you give me another observation check for that. But again, you've got your tunnel vision going, so you do still get 7d6 from this.
That's a 25.
25 is pretty good. Here is as much as you are able to determine without looking at the wound and just seeing the splatter of blood and where the knife and how the knife was discarded. On a 25, you suspect that although the murder was done with the murderer's left hand, you are not certain whether or not they were left-handed.
Good to note, though. All right, let's. I'll continue. With my magnifying glass, just following this trail of dirt through
Right.
this into the study.
In a very traditional Sherlockian fashion, you are following a trail of dirt with your magnifying glass bent over. Uh, the Inspector Lestrade, two of the cops, and all of the witnesses are following along after you. As you enter into the study, I'm just carrying over your observation check. You notice all this stuff. There is definitely a sign that the late Lord's papers have been rifled through. They are out of order. There's a few papers scattered onto the floor. Also on the floor, you find a paper parcel. It has an M embossed on it. And if you look inside, you find nothing but a bill of sale for a matching set of a necklace, 2 earrings, and a ring, with a handwritten note indicating that the ring, if need be, can be resized at no extra cost. Total for this purchase of jewelry is 2,000 pounds, give or take. And I will point out I did the inflation math and the currency conversion. Right now, a pound is worth about 200 bucks. So that jewelry is a big old chunk of change. And you just see the discarded packaging cast to the floor.
Now, do we notice him? Do we notice that as well, or is this just something he sees at the moment?
You have not been in this room and you are following him, so I would say you notice it as you notice him noticing it.
Okay.
The necklace.
I mean, putting. I don't know which role that would be, but to take a guess at that being part of the ring that I have hidden on my person being part of that, that would be what would that be? Observation or?
I would say give me an observation check, possibly also a knowledge check, whichever you think you have a better odds at.
Observation.
Ooh, yeah, no, that's no good. So yeah, you it does not click with you what that package is. Just at the angle you're at, you can't see the logo, nor can you see what Holmes is reading on the bill of sale.
Lestrade, is there or has there been found a a necklace, an earring, or ring on the premises? Possibly incredibly expensive.
Lestrade shakes his head and says, "No, Mr. Holmes, we certainly have found nothing of the sort, although there's all manner of expensive gewgaws about. I cannot say that Lord de Winterfell invested greatly in jewelry. Uh, we've seen nothing of the sort."
Judging by this note about the resizing of the ring, I would assume that his desire to be wed, giving a kind of a look at Ms. Adler here, has something to do with it. Is you could have some of your men do something other than look scary and prowl the premises for such an expensive item?
Inspector Lestrade waves to some of his men, and they go looking for any rings, necklaces, or jewelry anywhere around. I will note that because they are now looking around a crime scene, they're going to mess up any other evidence you might find.
I'm gonna make I'm gonna assume a social check to try to indicate to Sherlock that there's something that he has not observed yet that he probably would observe soon that I don't want other people to know about, but I'm willing to tell him, which would be that I have a ring hidden on my person.
Okay, so yeah, Irene, give me a social check. Sherlock, give me an observation check, but because that is not, the thing you are currently investigating, for you, this observation check is at a -2. So 2 fewer d6 than it normally would be.
Okay.
Okay. So yes, Sherlock, with a roll like that, and Irene with a roll like that, you are definitely able to communicate to him just with a subtle glance and some facial expressions and body language that you have something to tell him about the ring that you don't necessarily want to mention in front of the cops and the witnesses. So, Sherlock, you are now aware of that, and what you choose to do with that information is up to you. Wiggins, I'm going to say at this point you are coming back in through the front door, where you see the police are, busying themselves looking around the house. Because you are not entering with Sherlock Holmes, one of the cops who didn't see you initially with Sherlock Holmes is trying to shoo you away from the crime scene that they are presently contaminating. And
Oi. Sorry, go ahead.
yes, and Sherlock, if you continue to follow the trail of dirt, you are now just coming out, not that main floor, into the hallway on the other side of the stairwell.
Okay.
Oi, let me through. I'm here with Sherlock.
You is.
It's past your bedtime, young one. Get out of here.
Hey, I've got very important work to do helping Mr. Holmes solve the case that you bumbling idiots can't seem to solve.
Oh, make me a social check to try and convince this guy that you are in any way associated with Sherlock Holmes, because you are a little homeless kid. He is skeptical, and Sherlock, fortunately, it is just now that you are coming out from the study into the hall, and the officer turns to see you and says, Mr. Holmes, you know this little ruffian.
That'd be Wiggins, yes, I say distractedly.
The constable shrugs and lets you pass.
About time. Yeah.
So, yes.
Wiggins will kind of saunter, smugly, head held as high as he can anyways from his height towards Sherlock.
And Sherlock is not acknowledging you because he has his tunnel vision on. He is still following the trail of dirt, which is headed towards the servants' quarters. You can poke your nose in there, and you can see that the trail sort of goes in a few feet and then comes back out again, and then, as you suspected, goes back towards the front hallway, where you lose the trail because, of course, a whole lot of people have just been walking over it with their wet feet from the rain outside.
Interesting. I'd like to go. We had Irene Adler. We had everybody kind of follow me around before.
Yes,
I had the,
you have like a little trail, like a comet following behind you of Inspector Lestrade, some cops, Irene Adler, who still has not had a chance to clean herself up yet, and the 3 witnesses who are bewildered and rapidly suspecting that maybe they don't need to be here after all.
Well, that is good timing then, because I'm going to turn to Ms. Adler. Please clean yourself up in the laboratory here. The rest of you, now that I have had a chance to inspect the premises, I would like to hear in your own words what has happened here tonight before you leave.
So they're just sort of standing there in the hallway as Irene crosses across the hall to go to the lavatory. Before they launch into their thing, Irene, go ahead and give me a competence check to, get yourself effectively cleaned off, secure the ring that you pocketed in a somewhat more secure location, and just generally sort of fix yourself up.
Nice.
Okay, so yeah, you get
Right.
yourself spit spot clean. You manage, now that no one's watching you, to stick the ring somewhere more secure, where you are sure it will not be found, even if you are patted down, heaven forbid. Although, you've just sort of got it, but not the box, because the box you put back in Lord de Winterfell's pockets. While you are doing that, Sherlock, you are dealing with these three people. Um, and I'm not going to have you roll social because you basically can't. You still have tunnel vision going, which is a negative 2d6, and you only have 1d6 in your social, so they are very much like shocked and offended at your brusque manner. Nevertheless, all three of them attempt to speak at once. And you can make an observation check to see what you can deduce from looking at them.
Would that be with the bonus?
Yes, because it does
Awesome.
relate specifically to the thing you are focused on.
Also, after this roll, can I make a knowledge check to see what I know of these people beyond?
Abso-goddamn-lutely. And
All
again,
right.
apply the tunnel vision bonus to that.
Oh, well, there was my observation roll.
Oh, again, multiple sixes in there. That is officially a godly roll. I'm going to tell you everything you're able to observe about these three.
And here is my knowledge roll.
Also astounding. Very well done. Okay, so here is what you are able to know about the three of them. First of all, Dora Culpepper, who is, if nothing else, the most irate about the whole situation. Uh, for lack of a more period-appropriate term, she has big mean girl energy. Uh, She's blonde. She's wearing jewelry that complements her and complements the other jewelry, but is not as expensive as it looks. You can tell, given the state of dampness of her hat, that she arrived quite a while ago. It's had time to dry off. And you can tell as she is, trying to give her side of the story to you, that even though the Lord de Winterfell is no longer a going concern, she's still trying to sort of throw a little shade, if not cast blame specifically, on Irene Adler, who she very much does not like. Um, from what you can hear her telling to you, as all three people are talking at the same time, she is insisting that she arrived at would have been 6:40 with Howard Camden and Grace Birdwhistle. She came in through the open front door, came into the main room. She saw Irene cradling a dead body and covered in its blood. Uh, she certainly saw no evidence of anyone else present. If there were footprints outside, it's possible that Irene planted them with a spare boot. She really doesn't know anything more than that, and she would like very much to go home, and she doesn't appreciate that you have been, until now, ignoring her and wandering about the house without really talking to her. Howard Camden. He is quite bright and chipper, and he has multiple bottles with him. He evidently had wanted the Lord de Winterfell's attention to invest just a little money in his new beverage business, because you see the teetotaler movement is gaining popularity both here and in America, and he is investing in drinks that are certainly for adults who wish to improve their outlook, but not impair their senses, and he has the most wondrous beverage. Would you like a sample? Here you go. He knows that you have quite a bit of resources yourself. Perhaps you would want to invest. He's also talking about his heroism in trying to chase down the murderer who he did not actually see. And he is quite irritable and frustrated, clearly hopped up on caffeine or possibly other stimulants that are in his beverages, because he wants very much to help and be, at very least, listened to, and much like Dora, he does not feel that he is being listened to. The third woman, Grace Birdwhistle. You can tell, again, just from her bearing, she is playing the role of a distraught aristocrat and trying to play up the fact that she is shocked and saddened and dismayed and whatnot. But she's kind of trying to force it a little bit. You do know about her. She is unmarried, around the age of 50. She's aristocrat. Her brother recently died, and unfortunately, for whatever reason, the money didn't go to her. Apparently, he left a bunch of it in his will to some charity or other, and I guess forgot about his own sister. And so she is swimming in debt and had hoped to sort of be one of the hangers-on of Lord de Winterfell, possibly be invited to his manor that he has purchased up in the north. Not certain if that purchase is still going through or what's going on with that. And she's just very, traumatized. She's putting on a show of being traumatized, and she it says she keeps using the word dreadful. Oh, it's so dreadful, etc., etc. And if you're talking to Irene at the same time, Irene would actually know the missing servants. There is Mary Salmani, who was the maid, and Richard Beckwith, who is the butler. Both of them were supposed to be here helping with the party, and Irene has no idea where they are.
Notes.
Question in chat. No, sorry, in Discord.
Roll to have Wiggins try to sneak a drink. Yes, give me a competence check for that.
Wiggins.
14. Yeah, I'm going to say the guy... Well, you know what? I've actually got his stats. Let me roll his observation, see if he catches you. I'm going to go ahead and roll that.
I'm in the room at the time, too?
Yes.
And I rolled to see if I caught that without letting anyone else know as well.
I'm going to tell you that Howard has 1 in his observation, so he cannot get a 14, so he definitely doesn't notice you sneak a bottle. Irene, you can go ahead and roll an observation if you want. Try and beat a 14.
I just figured it seemed appropriate that a little boy seeing a bunch of fancy drinks would probably try to filch one.
You do successfully filch. You're very good at filching. You have a bottle of Howard Camden's. It has the name Camden Aid on it, even though it doesn't appear to be a fruit drink of any sort. It is brown and fizzy, and it doesn't have an ingredients label of any sort on it, but it does appear to make Mr. Camden very excitable.
Obviously not right now, but I'm gonna stash it in my clothes for now. Probably pocket it.
Yeah, with that competence check, you're definitely able to do that.
I cannot wait to have a sleepless urchin.
And we've spent too long away from him, so we're going to cut to Dr. Watson.
Awesome.
Dr. Watson, you arrive at Scotland Yard morgue. The officers there were aware that you were coming, and or at any rate, they were told that you would probably be coming, and so they are happy to let you in to see the body of the late Lord de Winterfell.
Awesome. So, what he's going to do is he's going to do an autopsy, basically, taking a look at him, writing down all of his observations and whatnot. I imagine Watson is kind of being this guy who's constantly taking notes and is very careful and systematic about how he does so.
Yeah, yeah. If you read any of the Sherlock Holmes stories, even when like Sherlock isn't present, Watson is very often like writing down very thorough notes and letters to him so that he will have all of the evidence that Watson thinks Sherlock needs. It's not necessarily the evidence that he actually needs. I'm going to have you roll me 2 observation checks for this, one with
Okay.
your medical bonus, one without.
Okay. So, one moment. 4d6.
Oh,
The first one is with, the second one is without.
Okay, so we'll resolve the non-medical one first. So, with your non-medical observation check, here is what you notice of the body. All of his clothes are relatively new. He does have a pocket handkerchief, which seems to be more mucus than fabric. He has in his blood-stained vest, the front pocket, there is a ring box. It is inscribed with an M. There is nothing in it. He also has a crude tattoo, once you get his shoes off, a crude tattoo on his feet. There's a pig on his left ankle and a rooster on his right ankle.
Okay.
And then your medical observation check, here's where you get what you get from that. The late Lord de Winterfell. He was a fit and quite muscular man, late 50s, maybe early 60s. You would guess 60 right on the nose. He's definitely a heavy drinker. In the past, at least, he has worked with his hands quite a bit. Cause of death is pretty obvious. Blood loss from a severed carotid coupled with difficulty breathing through a slashed windpipe, with said blood pouring into his lungs as well as down the front of his clothing. He definitely had a head cold with a lot of congestion in the nose. You can still see swelling in the nose and throat and mucus all through the nostrils. You don't see any signs of defensive wounds or other injuries, no sign of toxins or poisoning. Although, as I said, you can tell he was a heavy drinker. You do not believe that he had imbibed at the time of his death. The slashed throat is somewhat unusual. It starts below the Adam's apple and goes up towards the jaw, pulling to the right as it does so. From what you can tell, he probably would have been conscious for maybe 30 seconds to a minute before passing out from loss of blood.
Okay. And it's on the right side?
Yes, his right.
Okay. So that would be the attacker's left.
Yes. As I said with Sherlock, whether or not the attacker was left-handed, you do believe the attack was made with his left hand.
Mm-hmm. And also probably from someone shorter because it's moving upward.
Maybe, maybe not. But yes.
Okay. Trying to think. So can I make a, I guess that'd be a knowledge check to see if I can figure out any symbology with the pig and the rooster?
You absolutely can.
Okay. Awesome. 6.
Oh, very nice. On a 14, yes, you know that there are a number of tattoos that are considered traditional to sailors. The pig and rooster on the feet are definitely one of those. Although you don't see any other tattoos, and those tattoos on the feet, as I said, are quite crude, and he got them very long ago. They are old tattoos. They're a little faded. The ink has spread out a little bit. But yes, that is something typically seen on sailors. Yes, Kev, you called it.
Yeah. Okay.
It is also, I will say, something of an older tradition, which fits with the fact that this is an old tattoo on a man who is about 60. He probably
Yeah.
got it when he was,
Mhm.
you would guess, in his 20s.
Right, when he was younger. So it probably, given that these are the only tattoos, probably not his lifetime career. Although he is somebody who's worked throughout his life.
Hmm.
Okay. Plus new empty ring box with the M.
You can also make a knowledge check to know about the emblem on the ring box.
Yeah, sure. Let's do that.
9's not going to do it. You don't recognize
Okay.
the logo.
Okay. Where did I find the ring box on the body?
It was in his vest pocket.
Okay, vest pocket. Okay.
In fact, it would have been on the front where the blood was. So I'm going to say, based on how high Irene's competence check was, as far as you are concerned, the ring box has not been touched and was placed there before the killing.
Okay.
Because it doesn't have any blood on it.
Okay. Then being sick didn't really play a role, but it could have been something that he caught from somebody else.
Mm-hmm.
Toxins. Okay. Trying to check what else I might be able to do. But here. Okay. I'm going to head to to the murder place to 87 Chandler to
Very good.
give this information to Sherlock.
Speaking of information coming to 87 Chandler, Wiggins, your agents have made their way back. And here is what they find.
All right, boys, what have you found?
All right. A few people have been talking about Lord de Winterfell's death. Even though it hasn't been announced to the public yet, it's hard to keep something like this a secret. Apparently, there was somebody who was overheard in a drinking establishment who was loudly celebrating the man's death. You don't know who this person was. The urchin in question didn't actually track them down, but he had an American accent, a mustache, and apparently missing 2 fingers from one of his hands. Also, there have been reports of somebody who was recently came to town asking for criminal ne'er-do-wells to assist him, basically shopping for henchmen. Although the only people who you can find to talk to about this are people who turned down such offers and therefore were not let into that man's confidence. In terms of the 2 people who you sent out, one to find Richard Beckwith, the other to find Mary. Mary, it was quite easy to track her down. She just went home. And her address is not that far from here, just 5 or 6 blocks.
Well,
where she lives with her fiance. She apparently works to bring money in because he has recently suffered an accident and cannot work. However, the urchin in question did not actually talk to either the man celebrating or to Mary because they were only sent to go and find them, and they tracked them down. They did not actually want to talk to them and interview with them, especially with not having very much information at the time.
Okay.
But yes, you
Okay.
can relay that information to
Okay.
Sherlock.
Okay, so I'll head back inside then and find Sherlock, who I'm assuming is still wandering about talking to the other people, right?
Yeah, we'll say he's still doing the interviews, although I've pretty much given you all the information you're going to get out of these witnesses.
Okay.
Irene, you have cleaned yourself up at this point, and you are emerging from the lavatory at the same time that Dr. Watson is arriving. So all four of you are here at 87 Chandler under the watchful eye of Inspector Lestrade and company.
Oi, Mr. Holmes.
Wiggins?
Just got back inside from talking to me boys. It looks like some of them managed to dig up a few things. Apparently, there's a bloke down in just downtown who was heard bragging and laughing about the death of the old man here. American sounding with two missing fingers, apparently.
Mhm.
And apparently, the one servant, the girl, she just went home. She's at home and she's just down the street. Other than that, oh, what was it? I'm trying to remember. There was one. I think there was one more thing. Sorry, they all came back and they were all talking at once.
Yeah. The other thing was there was news of somebody recently in the shittier neighborhoods who was looking for basically trying to find men who were willing to do difficult,
Oh, yeah.
dangerous, shall we say, dirty jobs. But the only people you were able to talk to were people who had turned down his offers, and therefore they don't know his name. Um, they give you conflicting descriptions of his appearance.
Yeah, what the narrator said.
I appreciate that.
Dr. Watson, what did you find in your investigations?
So he is mostly what he appears to be, a fit man of roughly 60 years old. His clothes are all new. And he was suffering from a head cold at the time. There was an empty ring box that was in his front pocket. It hasn't been disturbed, but it was empty, which I found to be interesting. He has a crude tattoo of a pig and a rooster on his foot, on his ankles. And I think it might be because it's an old tradition. And from the old days of sailing. So when he was a young man, perhaps he was doing some sailing. He still has the calluses on his hand of a man who's actually had to work for most of his life. And he was a heavy drinker. The cut on his head that was the cause of the cut on his neck that was the cause of his death is going upwards from below his Adam's apple up to his chin, like this, and like he'll make a
Yeah, you can
an
gesture.
upwards gesture with his cane, to illustrate how he thinks the cut was done. And there weren't any toxins. I don't think he had been drinking. He seemed to be on a truly upward point of his life before he was murdered.
Good work, Watson. Tell me, you said he hadn't been drinking.
Yes, I found that to be very curious, but as far as I could tell, I had not found any signs of recent intoxication.
At this point, Dora Culpepper sort of butts herself in and says, "Excuse me, we've given you all the information that we know, and as far as I am aware, neither myself, nor Mr. Camden, nor Ms. Birdwhistle are suspects in this case. May we be excused to go back to our homes?" And although she is addressing this in theory to Inspector Lestrade, she is sort of glaring at Sherlock and at you, Irene, as she says it.
In
Okay.
response, I'm gonna lean in and go and just like take a sniff.
Oh, wow.
I am looking. There was. You mentioned there is a scent of rum in the main room from any of this, and if he wasn't drinking, who was drinking?
By all means, go ahead and give me an observation check for the sniff. I will note, again, you've still got the tunnel vision going, so even if you could roll decently for this, you basically can't. So you are weirding them out.
Oh yeah, no,
And
I
this is
fully
the
was
point
like
where
aware.
Watson steps in and says, and this is the point where Watson steps in and says, "Please forgive a friend and Dr. Sherlock. He has been very intently looking at the evidence, and this can make him."
I'm going to retcon one thing
very
about what
crooked.
you said, because doctors are very conscientious about who they call doctor or not. Sherlock does not
Sorry.
have a doctorate.
He doesn't know.
Yeah.
I thought he'd written enough papers to do it. Anyway, sorry.
No,
A monograph.
Sherlock, with that sniff, yes, absolutely. Of these three witnesses and of Irene, none of them have been drinking, certainly not rum. You can smell perfume on all three of the ladies, distinct. You can smell all of the ingredients. Like, you basically get all the ingredients of Howard Camden's drink. He's managed apparently to find a source of the African cola nut. Very rare. But yeah, they all react to you almost as if you had just slapped them. And Dora is, looking now not at you, but just at Inspector Lestrade, and saying, "I really must insist that we be permitted to leave. This whole episode has been quite troublesome for my nerves."
I'm just gonna, I don't know, like furrowing my brow and like pacing back and forth in thought and just kind of waving them away at this point.
Okay,
And-
Inspector Lestrade can't hold these people. They've gotten, their statements and so forth. They're not suspects.
Yeah.
So he nods, and the three witnesses are allowed out into the night to go straight home.
Although Dr. Watson is going to take down the name of the guy who is selling his elixir, because it may be of medical interest.
Indeed. And yes, Irene, I'm not going to make you roll for this. You are feeling quite, you feel like you're being stared at. The cops who are here know your reputation. They know that you've tangled with Holmes in the past. They like and trust Holmes, and therefore they don't like or trust you. And you sort of get the feeling that although, as of right now, you are not a suspect in this case, if anything points to you, they would love to have a chance to get you behind bars for any, or possibly even for no reason.
So, I would actually like to make a roll.
Okay.
And speaking ostensibly towards Sherlock and Dr. Watson, but knowing that Dr. Watson is actually capable of hearing me at the moment, I'm just going to say, so how are we going to solve this case? And of course, I'll be helping you, correct? I mean, after all, two great minds, and then Dr. Watson, plus, of course, Wiggins, we could definitely solve this case in no time. And specifically using that to push towards getting the police to think that
You're part of the team, yeah.
Yeah.
which you are in a metagame sense, but
Mhm.
you're going to have to convince the cops of this.
Hmm.
Communicating to these men that you want to work with them is one thing. Communicating to the police that you would be trustworthy in doing so is another matter. Go ahead and give me a social check. Fortunately, all of the cops here are dudes, so your bonus applies.
I mean, it's 1890.
Okay.
Nice.
Hell yeah, that's a 27. So yes, even though you have the penalty of the police not trusting you, they do trust Sherlock and Watson, and they do, based on that check, believe that you are not really a suspect in this case. And Inspector Lestrade comes up to you, Sherlock, and says, well, yes. Should you require the services of Miss Adler in your investigations, of course, that is all well and good, but I would request that, insofar as you are capable, please see to it that she does not leave London.
What? Of course.
Yeah, you're still kind of distracted, and you just sort of agree to that. Yeah.
Ms. Adler,
Yes.
uh, you were under the impression that the late de Winterfell was intending on proposing on this night, yes?
I'm gonna. That's definitely something that had occurred to me. There was a ring box, missing a ring in his pocket.
Yes, of
And
course.
I
Of course.
subtly touch my nose or whatever that indicates the secret that we're both in on. But, uh, you know, yeah, the ring box, no ring, but
A
I
Sherlock,
have suspicion.
because you still have your tunnel vision going, and now you're looking at her as part of the case. I'm not going to make you roll observation. You are able to pick up exactly what she's putting down, that she has the ring on her person.
Oh
In
yeah, I mean
fact,
that's why I asked the
yeah,
question.
you can even tell. Again, I'm not going to make you roll. You know exactly where it is.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
And
Just
Watson is.
Lestrade's in the room, so.
Yeah.
right.
I'm going to suggest that perhaps because the box being empty suggests he might have already proposed.
Ah.
Interesting. Lestrade, may I assume that your men were as competent as usual in locating any of the other jewelry that may have gone missing in this home?
Lestrade, of course, does not appreciate your repeated implications that his men are incompetent. But again, by this point, he knows that that's just sort of your way. So he just sort of nods and says, yes, unfortunately, Mr. Holmes, it would appear that if there was jewelry of that sort present, uh, we were unable to find any sign of it. It is possible that the culprit took it with him on his way out the window.
Indeed, you're beginning to follow the train of thought, Lestrade. Always one step behind. Now, we may be able to establish a tentative motive for this, but I would like to follow up. Wiggins, did any of your boys say which particular establishment this gentleman braggart was found at?
Wiggins, I'm going to say that they told you that the guy with the missing fingers was at the Pipe and Pistol.
Yeah, Mr. Holmes. He was down at the Pipe and Pistol.
Is that near the neighborhood with the dirt that I tracked earlier?
It is not. It is quite a ways from here, actually. Apparently, news travels fast. But no, the dirt that you found, although it wasn't especially specific, you do know that it would have been from somewhere near the river, and the Pipe and Pistol is not.
Interesting. So how'd that guy figure out where this was? Well, I think, me out of characters talking to the rest of the group here, I think that's our next lead here, right? I unfortunately am not actually Sherlock Holmes.
Yeah.
I knew it. I knew it'd end
So-
up in a pub at some point.
Yes. If you want my opinion, which as Sherlock Holmes player you are entitled to ask for, you've got 3 threads to follow. I think you've got the gentleman celebrating at the Pipe and Pistol. You've got Mary, who abandoned her post and just went home for some reason. And you've got the jewelry that was stolen. It occurs to you that this was either a burglary with some incidental murder to cover it up, or it was a murder with some incidental burglary along the way. And assuming that it was, incidental burglary, the gentleman is now carrying some very expensive but also very noticeable jewelry. It's kind of hard to play it off if you get caught with that kind of evidence. So he either would have second guessed it and ditched it, stashed it someplace where he knew he could come back and get it once the heat had died down, which is kind of hard without leaving some sort of sign that it's his, or much more likely, he rushed off to a discreet pawn shop to get rid of it. There are several pawn shops you know of that would discreetly handle stolen jewelry, but all of them, if paid a visit from the illustrious Sherlock Holmes, who is a celebrity who works with Scotland Yard, would probably catch a case of the can't recalls if you start asking them questions.
Yeah. So I think this is definitely another case of going, Wiggins, and stop going through the food. You probably send the boys.
You need to
boys out
bribe your urchin more.
I will say that you can send Wiggins out to do any of those things, but if he's going to be either interviewing the 2 adults or trying to talk to the person at the pawn shop, they might be less than inclined to give sensitive details about murder or about their employment or about expensive jewelry to an unaccompanied minor.
I think that we should split the party, obviously.
Up to you.
I think 2 of us should investigate the pub scene while the others investigate the missing jewelry.
Meanwhile, I'm just picturing
So-
Sherlock just
I-
very briefly told Wiggins to stop snaffling the food, and the minute he turns around, is just stuffing even more in his mouth and pockets before wandering away from the table.
Okay.
Okay.
Just
So-
also make the short suggestion that the maid Mary may have seen something that caused her to just leave, and she is very close by.
This is true. That is also, like I said, a 3rd thread.
Mhm. So here's my thoughts. Okay, in terms of like their going awayness, is the guy who's celebrating the death is probably going to be gone, very very quickly. Okay,
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
tomorrow,
that would
we can still
definitely be
track
a-
Mary down. Like tomorrow, we can still track the jewelry down. So that's
Are
why
you
I think.
sure?
That's
The
Yeah, that's-
maid might have
I
been cleaning
agree.
up,
I
found some
definitely
very
agree with
expensive
Watson.
jewelry.
I don't think I don't think that the maid is incredibly likely here. She definitely probably has information that we want. I think.
No, I
that
mean,
the-
are you sure she'll still be here in the morning?
Indeed.
Well, okay, so if she's involved
don't
with it,
give the GM
then-
an idea.
if she's involved with it, she could be on getting onto a boat and splitting her share of the profits. Yes, that is something. But if they're selling the jewelry, then that's information is still going to be here
she's got a
locally the longest.
disabled brother, husband. What was that?
Fiance.
Fiance. Yes. So wherever she's going, she's not going incredibly quickly.
Mm.
I will
Um,
say that if we're operating under the assumption that you're only going to split into two groups, people are more likely to get lost than jewelry in a pawn shop.
Mm.
And the question
It's
is,
been what?
which two go where?
Mhm. Right.
Um,
Well, first you have to determine where we go.
Oh. I just realized I was muted this whole time. That's why nobody was answering me.
Oh, sorry.
That could be a problem.
Yeah,
Just
Nettie,
a
go
smidge.
ahead.
I was going to say we can split 3 ways. I have I think a little something that the viewers might enjoy involving Wiggins and the irregulars. So, and I think it would be best in this situation to have them go to the pawn shop.
Okay, all right.
yeah, I think it's important to locate the jewelry more than like if someone dropped it off at the pawn shop or sold it at the pawn shop, we're not going to get much from the pawn shop except for it went to this pawn shop. Um,
Well, I think Irene might be able to get more information because she's probably more familiar with that side, shall we say, of society.
No, Irene hangs with the aristocrats.
Oh no, I do need one thing though.
What's
I'm
that?
gonna roll. I know what the roll would be for it, so I'm gonna do this.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to roll a resourceful.
Okay.
I was just gonna.
There we go.
That's a
Resourceful
20.
too.
Pretty good. What are you resourceful about?
So, I'm going to. Wiggins is going to wander over to the front foyer and
Alright.
see if there is a particularly long trench coat. Since the old man looks like he's decently tall compared to Wiggins, and I'm going to see if he's got a big, one of those heavy rain trench coats in there.
Okay.
3 urchins in a trench coat? 3 urchins in a trench coat?
You
3 urchins in a
absolutely
trench coat.
you absolutely can do this. And given your high competence score and the fact that the cops are busy paying attention to the adults, I'm not even going to make you roll for it. Yes, you can get your hands on a long coat, especially if you're about to leave with it.
And
If I know we're still
Perfect.
deciding on things, but if Wiggins is going to go after the jewelry, I'm gonna roll a resource check to see if because Irene is relatively rich in her own right.
Certainly.
To get Wiggins enough petty cash to at least feign interest in the jewelry, if not to buy it outright.
I like it. Go ahead
before the
and give
person...
me a resourceful check to see how much money you have on hand that you can give to Wiggins.
Okay. Yeah. Before that's no, not that many. That's 3.
However,
D6.
given that you pointed out that Wiggins is about 13, and I already have an 11-year-old in my house, I know how tall that is. Wiggins, based on my roll that I did of the 1d6 there for the social, once I leave here, I am going to summon 2 of my fellow urchins, one of which is going to be my piggyback ride, because Wiggins is going to be the head.
Right.
And one of them is going to be our sneak.
I like it.
While the adult is distracting, air quotes, is distracting the pawn shop owner.
Also, don't forget that your 11-year-old is probably better nourished than your 13-year-old.
True.
Yeah,
Okay.
Nourishment doesn't make you tall. Nourish makes you chubby.
Irene, based on your role, you do have some money on you, so you're able to pass Wiggins, I'm going to say about 20 or 30 pounds, which, again, remember, in terms of modern day, a pound is roughly $200. So that's quite a chunk of change you just handed to a child. I will also mention that you are making your plans with, again, the cops present, and Inspector Lestrade just instructed Holmes that he should ensure that Irene does not leave town, so wherever you're going, Irene should be with either Holmes or Watson.
Yes.
Mm.
I was going to
At
suggest that
least,
Watson.
at least until Lestrade's not present.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I was originally going to pair Sherlock with Irene and Watson with Wiggins.
Okay, so who's going
Okay.
where? Who's looking for the eight-fingered man, and who's looking for Mary?
I would suggest that I and Irene go look for the eight-fingered man. Because if the eight-fingered man is the actual culprit and not just, some guy who knows about it, Irene might be able to identify him.
True. Okay, so Sherlock and Irene going after the gentleman at the pipe and pistol. Watson going to talk to Mary Salmani in her home. And Wiggins checking out nearby pawn shops.
I'm gonna roll a social check as a knowledge check about Mary to inform, because as in I got to know her and I could inform Watson.
I'm only gonna let you
houses.
make this as a knowledge check.
Okay. Dang it.
Yeah. Unfortunately, your social does not apply.
All right. And
okay, Mary Salmani. She has been working for Lord de Winterfell for only a week and change. Lord de Winterfell, unfortunately, goes through servants fairly rapidly because of his temperamental nature and because of the fact that he doesn't really know how an English aristocrat is supposed to act, only how he apparently thinks they're supposed to act. Mary is his latest employee. Again, she was planning on moving into the servants' quarters, hasn't done so yet. She was planning on accompanying him to the manor house he's buying in the north. Obviously, that is not going to happen. You are aware that she lives with her fiancé, who has recently become disabled, and so therefore she's the one bringing in money in the hopes that the two of them will be wed, and she can move with him into the manor house in the hopes that he will regain much of his functionality and therefore perhaps be able to be a butler at the manor house. You do know that she is at least partially of Persian descent. She is, you would guess, you haven't really talked, probably in her mid-30s. Definitely has no kids, or at least none that she's mentioned. Like a lot of servants, she is performatively obsequious and not especially well off.
yeah, and so specifically mentioned that she's the only earner to Watson, and also, anything else that I think might be useful from that description. Give him a heads up when talking with Mary, and also to tell her that he knows me.
Okay. So yeah. Is that the plan? Are we moving forward to our next scenes?
Sounds good.
Think so?
All right. Well, I think Watson has had the least to do so far, so we're going to follow him as he goes to a specific address that Wiggins had mentioned. And by this point, it's about 8 p.m., a little late for a social call, but you can go ahead and knock at her door.
Okay, I'm gonna knock at her door and hopefully she comes here.
Okay. It takes a little bit before she answers the door. She is not dressed as she is in the graphic there. She's changed into her regular clothing. But she opens the door just a crack because, strange man knocking at her door. And she says, yes, hello. How may I help?
Hello. Hello. Are you Mary Selmont?
Selmani.
Selmani, I'm sorry.
And she nods and says, yes, yes, indeed, that's me.
I am a man looking for some information on your employer, and I was hoping that you would be able to help me.
Go ahead and give me a social check to not creep her out as a man she doesn't know knocking on her door in the rain after dark. 10's pretty good. And we will assume with that 10 that you did in fact introduce yourself.
Yep.
She doesn't have any sort of recognition of your name. She appears not to be familiar with you specifically. And she says, "Oh, my employer. Yes, Lord de Winterfell. What is it that you would like to know?" Despite the fact that you're standing in the rain, and despite the fact that she kind of trusts you, she still hasn't opened the door more than a crack.
Certainly. What can you tell me? What you know of his history before he came here? What his plans were for today and in the future?
Oh, well, of course. Lord de Winterfell, I know, is very great man, made a great fortune in America, in the California Gold Rush, came here to England to retire. He is certainly ambitious and talks greatly of the manor he is purchasing, where I hope to serve him in the many coming years of his retirement. And I had intended tonight to serve at his party that he was holding at his residence at 87 Chandler Street, but quite to my surprise, he gave me the weekend off and a tidy bonus besides. He's very generous when he's in the right sort of mood.
Interesting. Does he have any friends that he has acquired during his time here in London?
Oh, certainly, of course. A man as boisterous and as well appointed as Lord de Winterfell is certain to make a great many friends. Presumably, all of them are currently at the party.
Do you know
I
if he
should.
is-
Yeah, go ahead.
Do you know if he has any enemies
Oh,
who might wish to see him harmed?
I certainly shouldn't think so. Although I imagine that a man of his great wealth and perhaps limited social graces might have rubbed a few people the wrong way. But if he has any enemies, I certainly wouldn't be aware of that sort of thing. I simply tidy up his home and I keep my nose out of his business.
Can I ask what time he let you go for the night?
Oh, certainly. It was about 6. Richard, who is the other servant of the house, he came to me, and he said that the Lord de Winterfell had instructed him that the two of us would not be needed for the party, but he had given us a tidy bonus, 2 guineas each. Richard gave me my share, and said I was free to go home, and that I did.
Interesting. Do you know where I might find this, Richard?
Richard? I can't imagine. I assume he would have gone to his own home, although I don't know where that is. Quite frankly, the two of us are co-workers. We're not, in the habit of keeping each other's company outside of the home.
Very well, very well. Um, I must regret to inform you that Lord Winterfell has died.
Give me an observation check to read her reaction.
Okay. Um, can I do a medical professional apply to this?
No, no. Having a medical doctorate doesn't give you a bonus to reading facial expressions and body language.
Okay.
What?
No, sorry, it doesn't. But that is a pretty good roll, nevertheless. As far as you can tell, her surprise is quite genuine. Although, sort of what you're picking up from it is that she's less sad to hear about this and more in the realm of, oh my God, what am I going to do? What is my fiance going to do? Like on that kind of emotional level.
Right. Right. Okay. Hmm.
But yeah, she is quite taken aback and sort of staggers back just a little bit, and she says, "Oh, oh, oh God! Oh, what is it? I know he was ill. Was it a sickness that did him in, or did he choke perhaps on the food?"
He was killed, and and the person who did it escaped.
Uh, you can see that she's like running through scenarios in her head, and she just says, "Oh God, Richard, he couldn't have. I, I shouldn't like to implicate someone who may be innocent, but when Richard gave me my share of the money and told me that we were being sent home for the rest of the weekend, I took him at his word. I didn't confirm with the Lord de Winterfell, may the good Lord rest his soul, directly. I, oh God. Although I can't think of how or why he would have done such a thing, but no, Richard, he simply gave me the money and told me that we were leaving, but once we left the home, I suppose he may have doubled back and done his dark deed, but I can't imagine a motivation for such.
So you left the premises together.
Indeed. We both went down Chandler Street, and once we reached the intersection, I went in the direction of my home, and Richard went in his direction. We did not talk or keep company over much on account of the rain.
Right. Right. And about how long was that? I'm sorry. I can't remember if Chandler Street is the one right outside the door or not.
Chandler Street is the one right outside the front door of Lord de Winterfell's place where he was staying. You are not on Chandler Street right now, but you're
Right.
several blocks away in a much less fancy sort of tenement, sort of a row house.
Right. Okay. And would she be crossing? Would she go in front of the door, or is she going away?
No, she is still staying at the door. She's not really
No,
focused
no.
on.
Okay, so when she was going home, I'm sorry.
Oh.
Would she have turned to go in front of the door or turned away from it?
I'm gonna say she would have gone in front of the door. Yes.
Okay. Okay. Huh. Interesting. So.
She is still most shocked about this. You can sort of tell that she wants to ask you a million questions, but can't think of what to say. There's a man somewhere behind her who's sort of saying, "Mary, what is it? Who's at the door?" And she is, unless you have some more pressing thing that you want to accuse her of or grab more information, she's very close to like saying, well, this is terrible news, thank you, goodbye. So
Yeah. Well, actually, I'd like to get a look at her fiance, and see if I can tell anything about his injury from being a doctor and whatnot.
well, in order to do so, you're going to have to, well, convince her that you're a doctor and convince her to let you into her home, which is going to be a heck of a social check, considering that A, you are approaching her alone as a man she doesn't know, and B, rain, night, you've just told her that her employer is dead, so she may have bigger issues right now.
Mm-hmm.
If you would like to make that social check, be my guest, and I would give
Yeah.
you the bonus for medical for convincing her that you're a
Right.
doctor.
Okay, yeah, I'll give it a try then. That was terrible.
Not great. Well, she is, I'm going to say on a 14, not inclined to let a strange man into the home. Although if you would like to make an appointment at a later date to examine her fiance, she'd be happy to let you come back at a more opportune time.
Okay, and I guess I'll make an appointment with her for the next day.
She certainly doesn't have to go to work, so
If possible.
yeah. As I said, she doesn't know the location of Richard Beckwith's home. She is operating under the assumption that he went home. As she describes Richard Beckwith and his attitudes and his behaviors, she mentions that he was tended to be irritable, depressive. He did have a habit of shirking his responsibilities at times, even though she only knew him for a week or so. I will let you go ahead and make me a knowledge check based on and your medical knowledge. So add your medical plus knowledge.
Okay, awesome. And that was absolutely terrible.
That is absolute garbage.
4 ones.
Yeah, based on that roll, I'm gonna have to tell you that you are convinced of something. From what she describes of Beckwith's temperament and the fact that he is moody and depressive at times, you suspect that he may be a woman in disguise as a man.
Okay.
Oh.
Interesting. And I guess if there's nothing else here, I'm going to go and try and find Wiggins, because he probably is better able to find Richard's house than I am.
Okay, well that sounds like a great segue. Wiggins, you are wearing one of the late Lord de Winterfell's coats. You are riding on the shoulders of one of the irregulars, and you have another irregular with you. There are a large number of pawn shops you know of that are unscrupulous. Unfortunately, all you have to go on is that it would be a ring, a necklace, and some earrings, probably a matching set that would have been sold. You don't have details about what they looked like, although you would have seen the bill of sale indicating that they were quite expensive, and they would be something that would be sold ASAP. So I'm going to say give me an observation check. No, you know what? Give me a luck check. And we'll see. Luck check. This, I believe, is our first luck check, because you're going to be going to pawn shops more or less at random, and we'll see how quickly you find the one we want.
All right.
So 5d6 for you. 21. Very nice. Okay. Yes, you come into a pawn shop. You can see, like, you were sensible enough to go for one that specializes in jewelry and is the closest nearby. Um, there's a big sign out front mentioning that they also offer loans with proof of employment with very reasonable interest rates.
Okay.
There's a display case with a bunch of jewelry in it. And there's a gentleman behind the counter, although it's fairly late. This is, again, an unscrupulous sort of place, so it is the place that is open late. But he is, you can tell, just about to shut down for the night. So
Okay.
you're going to have
No.
to give me a social check in order to convince him that A, you're an adult, B, you're a legitimate adult who's here to talk to him about business and might be profitable, and
Mhm.
C, sort of communicate what it is you're looking for.
Okay. Can I just backtrack just slightly to having a conversation with my goons outside?
By all means, establish your plan.
Okay. Okay, so as we're walking up, obviously before we, put the gear on and everything, we'll probably be in the alley next door.
Mhm. Yeah, I'm assuming
So
you
it's
didn't go all the way
me,
walking down the
yeah,
street like that. Yeah.
yeah, me wearing the coat but standing on the ground talking to my goons.
Okay.
Okay. All right, Billy, Jimmy, here's the plan. Jimmy, you're a lot sneakier than most of us.
He nods.
So what we're gonna do is I'm gonna climb up on big old Billy here's shoulders with this here big ass coat that I borrowed from the late Lord Winterfell. Um, what we're gonna do, we're gonna go in, and we're gonna have business talk with the dude, the guy working in there. What I want you to do is when you see us go in there, I want you to sneak in behind us a little afterwards. Try to get around behind the counter. Uh, Keep an eye on him because obviously, like the lady Adler happened to give us a rather substantial amount of money to make sure we could reacquire this jewelry. But I figure if you can see where he's putting it, maybe we can
I
benefit
remind you the
ourselves.
object here is not to get the jewelry, but to find
Hmm?
out who it was that pawned it.
Oh, my bad. I mixed up that. I thought we were supposed to be retrieving it.
I mean, you still can if you want to. I will also tell you that Irene did give you some money, not enough to buy, like, compared to the bill of sale, like, that was thousands
2,000.
of pounds. You have, like, I forget what
30.
I said, 30. Yeah, you have
30.
30 pounds. So you have enough
Okay.
to flash and say, I'm big business. You do not have enough to buy the jewelry back, even at secondhand prices.
Okay, my bad. I'm an idiot. Hang on a sec.
No, by all means.
Okay. Sorry. So,
Feel
Jimmy.
the ledger.
Yeah. Jimmy. Yeah, that's what I was just thinking. Yeah. Thanks. Okay, Jimmy, here's what you're going to do. You're going to get in there, sneak behind the counter, see where he's putting the ledger. Because he's probably going to pull it out to check it when we start talking to him about all that business stuff. And then we'll try to lure him out away from the counter to look at something else in the room. And when we do that, you snag the ledger and get the heck out of there.
Okay.
Okay? So, with that in mind, Billy, hoist me.
All right. Give me a competence check. We will assume that you do some other stuff to your appearance to look less like a little boy. Give me a competence check for the effectiveness of this disguise.
All right.
17 is pretty good. And also, I'm going to have you give me a hearty check for Billy to see how steady he can be, not being able to see, carrying another human being on himself, moving in such a way that he looks like legs. So, a hearty check. That's less good. You're going to have a limited time at this.
Okay.
So yes, you head on in. Again, the gentleman is just about to close up shop, but as he sees you coming in, he stops tidying up. He says, "Right, hello. What's it I can do for you?"
Yes, my name is Lord businessman, and I've come looking for a rather specific piece of jewelry for my lovely wife. Money is nigh a no object, and at that he flashes the cash
A
that he
few
does have
quid, yeah. Okay,
and puts it back in his pocket.
yeah.
What do you happen to have that's elegant?
Go ahead and give me a that social check if you don't mind. You're primarily trying to. Oh Jesus!
Ooh,
Can
Mr. Businessman is not smooth.
can I
You can use your guardian angel ability if you want, but that
yeah,
would be your
how does that
usage for the day.
well, it's the evening anyway, so it's going to be a new day soon.
True.
What's how does that work again?
It just means you roll luck in place of whatever.
Okay. So rolling luck instead.
Wow. Okay, we got 2 6s and 2 1s in there. So I'm going to say middling result. Yes, the pawn shop owner is perhaps not convinced that you're the whale he thinks, but definitely that you're an adult who's here to buy some jewelry. And so he's happy to show off a selection. He's got many different kinds of earrings, many different kinds of necklaces. Do you know what kind of stone you want? Do you want gold, silver, platinum? He's got some, more affordable pieces over here that are plated, but of course for you, you would want this stuff, and he's gesturing and showing off all of this jewelry.
Yes, only the finest for my love, my wonderful wife.
Do you
Only the
specify you're
finest.
looking for a matching set?
Yes.
All right, well, he does
He's very
mention...
specific about her coordination.
Yes, he does mention he's got a few different matching sets, and he shows them to you. There's, pendant and some earrings. Here's a necklace. This one has 2 bracelets with it and some earrings in a wide variety of price ranges. I'm going to say give me a knowledge check to know what the fuck you're looking at, and also to remember what it is you're supposed to be looking for. Okay. You do remember that you're looking for a matching set of a ring, a necklace, and 2 earrings. None of that is present. There is a set that is a necklace with 2 matching earrings, but no ring. That's gold, and it looks like it's probably quite expensive. It's got big diamond, rubies, and emeralds around it. He's not going to outright say which of the things he recently acquired because, that's none of your business. But you do also see, there's a few other sets, but a lot of those will either have extra stuff or will have like multiple rings or will have a bracelet. So that's clearly not what you're looking for. The one that strikes you as probably the one is a necklace and 2 earrings, but it doesn't have a ring with it. While that's happening, your other dude is sneaking in. Give me a competence check for him for sneaking.
Okay. And then I want to ask him something about the 5d6. Oh.
Oh, my friend. That...
Can I roll, if I notice the guy noticing him before you get to this, can I roll to distract him?
You do not have your guardian angel ability anymore. Roll me a social and make a goddamn 6. Because that is officially a disastrous roll, and that is worse. That is a 1.
Damn.
He immediately, sees the urchin who's trying to sneak back behind the counter. He assumes, obviously, he's not going for the ledger. He's going for the jewelry. And when you try to distract him because you got a 1, you sort of tumble in such a way that it makes it obvious to him that you're 2 kids in a trench coat. So as far as he's concerned, right when he was trying to lock up, he's being robbed by 3 children. So my man is going to try to grab primarily the one who's behind the counter. So I'm going to roll this above the table so you can see the roll. He's got the same stats as you, so therefore a defense of 14. He doesn't make it. So your would-be thief, I'm assuming, scarpers out the door empty-handed, and if I were you, I would follow suit.
Boys, scatter! There we go, I'm not muted. Boys, scatter, let's go! We
Okay.
scramble out the door.
Yes, the 3 of you get out the door and scatter in opposite directions. The man yells and chases you, shakes his fist, and then immediately locks up, and that's that.
Damn it.
Oh, you got the important piece of information anyway.
Mm-hmm. Maybe the right place.
Maybe the right place. Again, you, as far as you know, were looking for a necklace, 2 earrings, and a ring, because it has not been communicated to you that Irene has the ring. But yeah, there was a piece there that sort of matched the description, but you have no idea who it was that sold it or when. And
right.
I'm going to cut away from you now. As I recall, Watson was headed in your direction, but we're going to go to Sherlock and Irene, who were headed to the Pipe and Pistol. And the Pipe and Pistol is a fairly lively place. It's late on a Friday, perfect time. It's after work. There's a bunch of people who are just sort of generally in good spirits. Both of you can go ahead and make me an observation check right off the bat, looking for a man with a mustache, an American accent, and missing 2 fingers.
I'm gonna use my bonus for this.
Are you activating your tunnel vision?
I didn't really ever turn it off. I assumed I was still there.
Yeah, you can still have that going if you like.
No, I think I'm gonna pull back a bit.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'm gonna.
Okay. An 11 and a 14. You see a few mustaches. You don't necessarily spot anyone waving a mutilated hand. Like I said, people are in high spirits. Sherlock, I'm going to have you give me an endurance check. So It's a good goddamn thing that you said you're turning off the tunnel vision, because otherwise you would fail this, because it's a lively environment and you could become overstimulated.
I figured. That's not bad.
Yeah, on an 8, no, you're fine. You resist it.
Okay.
So yeah, you do not immediately spot the gentleman, so it's going to be social checks if you would like to ask around.
I'd like to make a resourceful check.
Whoa!
Oh, what?
Sorry, my headphones must have gone weird because suddenly everything was very loud.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry. I'd like to make a resourceful check to see how much money.
That is a very
I
good
have
thing
on
to
my person
check.
at the
Go
moment.
ahead and give me a resourceful check, Sherlock. I will say, Irene, you probably kept some back, but you don't have a whole lot of money on you because you just gave it to a child. On a 9, yeah, you've got some money on you. You didn't really stock up before you left the home, but you've got a couple of pounds on you, enough that you can buy drinks for people, grease some palms if you need to.
Okay, so Guy was bragging to the room, so I'm
Not
going to make
bragging, celebrating. He seemed to be
celebrating.
happy about the fact that Lord de Winterfell had passed.
I am going to approach the bartender.
All right.
He might. Is this the sort of area where people will recognize Sherlock Holmes?
Absolutely. You are one famous motherfucker.
Oh,
I'm gonna
fantastic!
step back from Sherlock Holmes.
Good
Oh,
choice.
this is gonna go
By
poorly.
the way, Irene, you're definitely cleaned up, but you are a very fancy-looking lady, and some people sort of notice you, and probably there's at least one or two gentlemen who are going to try very hard to make your acquaintance in, probably not the most suave manner, especially if you are distancing yourself from your gentleman companion.
You said, is that definitely? Because if there's two of them,
Yeah, I would say there are two gentlemen who both approach you as you enter and sort of step back from the guy you entered with. They are
so
approaching you and offering to buy you drinks.
so I would use my social to keep both of them interested. And I don't know if that would be two separate roles, but keep
No,
both of
I
them
will say go
interested.
ahead, give me a social. You may add your just another pretty face ability. Uh,
There.
and you will definitely be able to get and keep their attention, but keeping that attention in a way that is useful to you. Holy cow, that's 3 6s on that roll.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice.
So
Good job.
so
You have
I'll
them
just
wrapped around
be
your
like,
little goddamn finger.
I heard that this this place, this bar, is a place to celebrate, uh, celebrate, uh, and you know, I just, you know, and I was wondering, I heard that there was a lot of cheering going on downtown today, so I figured I'd join and see if either of them volunteers up, you know, hearing any celebrations from earlier.
Indeed, one of them mentions that, yes, it's a great night indeed. There was a gentleman down the other end of the bar who bought a round for everybody. Apparently, he heard some news that he quite liked, and he points him out to you.
And I'll indicate to Holmes where that guy is, so Holmes
All
could.
right, so you're kind of busy with these two guys. You're not going to be able to shake their attention so easily. Holmes, you see this guy. Let me find the layer and turn it on. Yes, he's a gentleman wearing a black coat. He has a light-colored mustache. He appears to be, you would guess, late 50s, early 60s. Make me an observation check.
Not bad.
Okay, on a 19. Yes, obviously from the art you can tell he is African American. At first you weren't sure about the two missing fingers, but looking more closely, yes, obviously two of the fingers on his glove are stuffed with something other than fingers. Furthermore, just looking at him, you can tell he's got like a distinctive sort of coat and a little bit of splatter of mud pattern on his boots that would indicate he is likely a cab driver. And he does indeed still appear to be in quite high spirits. You can also see on the gloves there's a little bit of wear from holding reins, so that confirms your suspicion. You're not going to know more than that without getting up close and talking to him, but you can sort of overhear, and you do hear what you believe to be just a hint of an American accent, but it is the American accent of someone who is either trying to lose it or who has lived in England for many years.
Trying to decide between the straightforward approach versus the like just overhearing approach.
Up to you.
Uh, while he's deciding that, I am definitely getting the two guys to teach me some drinking songs that I may already know.
Okay, they unfortunately this is a side effect of your just another pretty face ability. They are only too happy to teach you plenty of things that they assume a lady like yourself does not know, and they are mansplaining melodies to you, a professional opera singer.
Yes.
Ah!
Nice. So, does Mr. Eight-Fingered Man currently is he still celebrating? Or
Uh,
has he simmered down now?
it's simmered down a bit. He's still sort of pleased. You suspect if he is indeed employed as a carriage driver, he can probably only afford to buy a round for everybody just the once.
Is he with company?
He does have some people around him who he is talking with. Evidently, the topic of conversation has moved on from the subject of his celebrations, but they are quite friendly.
It's just as good as Sherlock in this moment of going, ah, shit, how do I talk to people? I have to be
Well-
polite.
I am setting up for a potential distraction.
You got a distraction, but
Yeah, you
The
don't necessarily
boss.
want to trick this guy. You want to ask him questions.
yeah.
And this is me noticing that we're coming up on the 3-hour mark, and you guys are maybe about a halfway through what I've got prepared. So go for it.
Yeah, I'm just gonna approach the guy.
Okay. Do you introduce yourself?
No, not off the. I'm not gonna introduce myself, not off the bat.
All right.
Saunter up to the guy, putting on airs, and like, good sir, you seem to be in a celebratory mood tonight. May I ask what we're drinking to? And kind of signal to the bartender to pour some drinks.
Give me a social check.
I am so good at those.
You really are.
Uh,
Not
I'm
bad,
so good at
actually.
those.
A 5. Okay. It sort of helps that he's in high spirits and you are also ordering drinks. And he sort of leans over and says, "Indeed, good sir, you may. In the words of a great American writer, I can't say that I've ever wished another man ill in my life, but I have just had the fortune of reading an obituary with great pleasure."
Oh, do tell, do tell.
Indeed. Well, there is a certain nobleman who with whom I am quite well acquainted in years past, who treated me quite badly, and I am very happy to hear that, although certainly I had no hand in it, he met an appropriate end this very night. Go ahead and make me a knowledge check.
Ooh, I am actually good at those.
You are. And that is very good. All right, Sherlock Holmes famously does not pay attention to politics. But even Sherlock Holmes would recall when he was but a lad, between the ages of, let's say, 7 and 11, you heard quite often the adults in your life talking about a war over in the Americas, over whether or not one type of person should be permitted to own another type of person. And given the fact that this man is in his, you assume, 60s, you begin to suspect that the relationship he had with Elijah DeWitt may not have been of the voluntary variety.
Well, how fortunate of you to gain the news so quickly. May I ask how you learned of it?
Huh.
A drink, sir. A toast to your found fortune.
He toasts and says, "Oh, it's quite the most devilish thing. You know, I don't believe I caught your name, sir. My name is Morris Freeman.
Morris Freeman, a pleasure to meet you. My name is Robert Barnes.
Give me a social check to lie."
That's not...
He believes you.
Fantastic.
Yeah, on a 6, absolutely he believes you. Ah, Mr. Barnes, yes, indeed you may inquire. As it happens, I am a cab driver. When I came here to your fair shores many years ago, I was quite pleased with the fact to see that you have these cabs that are black, and they call them handsome. That quite appealed to me.
Of course.
And the gentleman of whom I speak followed me, apparently, halfway across the globe many years after my own immigration, and I had the misfortune of seeing his face as I gave him a ride right after he arrived. To my surprise, though, I remembered him quite well indeed, and he sort of, again, rubs his hand. Quite to my surprise, he seemed to have no memory of me at all. So I resolved simply to send him to his dwelling and think no more of it. But memory has a way of sticking with you, and I certainly kept my eyes and ears on the place that I knew was his residence, and I happened to hear, not a few hours ago, some commotion outside. I asked one of the locals what it was, and they overheard from the local constabulary that the man had been, dispatched from this earth by quite a violent means, and I, for one, say good riddance.
If he is as shocking as an individual as you describe, then a good riddance to him as well.
Oh, more so, sir. A veritable devil upon this earth, and I have no doubt that he roasts in hell even now.
Say, what, Oh, sorry, I'm reading those. Yeah, okay, good. Say, did you not say that you read of this in the paper?
Oh, merely a figure of speech, my good man. I was quoting an American writer, Samuel Clemens, although he is better known as Mark Twain. It was not yet written, although I expect I shall save a clipping from tomorrow's morning edition.
What? You are a cab driver. Is your carriage outside, or are you merely ending this week, or are you merely taking some time to yourself at this news?
Well, ordinarily, I would be parked right outside this very tavern to take home all of these lot, and he waves at some of the people who, some of them cheer because, he bought them drinks. But when I heard the news, well, I couldn't help but join in their celebrations. I'm afraid they'll have to find other accommodations to make their way home tonight.
Oh, you often come here?
Simply as a place to find business, yes. Although, of course, as a handsome driver, I go all around London.
I don't believe I've seen you in my neighborhood at all.
Well, where is your neighborhood, sir?
The drink must have gotten into my head. And just kind of gesture in that direction, kind of vaguely. A few blocks in that direction, of course.
Well, I shouldn't
blocks,
imagine
miles.
that you keep track of every handsome cab driver you spot, although I admit I am a rather dashing figure among the rest of them. But you should keep a better eye, perhaps be more observant. You might hire my services in future.
I will keep a note of it. Undoubtedly, you are the best in London.
He scoffs because he knows you're basing that on nothing.
Can I roll to see if I heard that quip about the observation?
Absolutely you can.
I know it's a long shot, but
Yes, 100% you heard that because you're paying it far more attention to this conversation than to the two guys who are trying to wine and dine you. So yes, you hear that, and I'm assuming you have like a little chuckle to yourself.
I laugh out loud and then play it off as I'm laughing at the two guys that I'm with.
They are very happy that you are laughing at their jokes, even if perhaps they didn't get to the punchlines yet.
All right, so Irene gave me a description of the guy, and black coat. He's got dirt on him. Black coat, black hat, and dirt on his boots.
Uh-huh.
And
I did say that the
he
dirt
had glasses on the way over here.
Yeah, he did have glasses. Also, you would have known you didn't see much of his face. Again, he was doing the Dracula thing, but you would have known that not only did he have glasses, but he was definitely Caucasian. Also, the splatter of mud on his boots, as I said, is indicative of a cab driver, not of someone who ran through a wet garden.
Right.
On the way over here, I would have had no reason to be secretive to Sherlock Holmes since Lestrade wasn't around.
Yeah, I'm assuming you told him everything, including the fact that you have the ring on your person, something that was not communicated to Watson or Wiggins.
Mhm.
And furthermore, I'm assuming you showed the ring to him, so Sherlock, you are aware that the ring in question is gold, has a big old diamond surrounded by alternating rubies and emeralds.
Right.
But yes, given Irene's description, unless this gentleman is very talented at disguise, you do not suspect him of being the killer at this time.
No.
Although he certainly may be associated with them.
I definitely think he's associated with them. Where do I go from here? You know what? I'm asking you, DM.
Okay. Well, this guy is probably only going to open up more if you give him a reason to. Right now, this is casual conversation, and he's not going to say anything that he would think would be incriminating or anything too personal. If Elijah DeWitt was the source of his missing fingers or something like that, he's not going to talk about that to Robert, who he met at the bar 20 seconds ago. So you could confess that you are Sherlock Holmes, the famous detective, and you are investigating the murder, or you could give him some other reason to talk to you, such as bribing him. We've established that you have some money on you, likely more than he's got in his pocket at the moment. Or alternately, you could try and connect with him as someone who evidently is a great reader. But, again, that would just be a straight up social check, which is not your forte.
God, I don't want to straight up reveal that I'm Sherlock Holmes. That seems like it's going to go awry very quickly.
Yeah, because he's then going to be like, why did you lie to me a second ago? Although if he knows you're Sherlock Holmes, he would be like, oh, I know why you lied to me. You're Sherlock Holmes. You do that.
Yeah, it's a Sherlock Holmes thing to do.
Mm-hmm. If I may make a suggestion.
Yeah.
You could, again, one of the options being to bribe him with some money, you could claim that you are a journalist and you would be willing to pay him for the details of his story.
Ooh, I was thinking about the businessman route, but that's even better. That's great. Tell you what, Mr. Freeman, you seem to know bit about the situation, and I'll let you in on a little secret that you may have picked up on already, observant fellow as you are. I have more than just a passing interest in this story. I am a journalist looking to make my way with the local papers. If I could convince you somehow, like flat, tapping on a wallet that I had pulled out to pay for the drinks. If I could convince you somehow to give me perhaps more information on the late dear departed DeWitt, then I would be most obliging.
Give me a resourceful check. I want to see if you have a notepad and pencil on you that would be something a journalist would be carrying. Because he's not going to believe you're a journalist if you just ask him straight up. That is an 11. I'm going to say that yes, notepad and pencil is the sort of thing you would have with you, not necessarily trusting your memory or, more importantly, the memory of others. So yes, you pull that out and you tell him that you're a journalist. And with the added incentive of perhaps offering him some money, you don't have to roll social. He is more than happy to tell you what he knows, although he suggests that it may not be the best thing to do so here in this crowded bar. Do you have someplace more private that the two of you could go? Bearing in mind, once again, that it is raining outside.
Ugh, not really. Not while lying about who the hell I am. Perhaps. Yeah, is your cab nearby? We could merely just talk inside of there.
A capital and the idea, good sir. Yes, by all means, follow me. And he takes you outside, and around the corner, there is a black cab with a horse. There's like a little place so the horse isn't getting rained on. And he directs you inside of his cab. He says, "Oh, yeah, I don't often sit on the inside of these things. It's very nice. But yes, where would you like to begin, sir?"
So first I'm going to take a quick observation, make sure he didn't give a ride to anybody recently that may have run through the mud.
Go ahead, give me that observation. While you're doing this, Irene, I will remind you that Sherlock just left. So I don't know what you're
Yeah.
planning on doing.
I was waiting to interrupt, but I'm gonna use. I don't know if it be social or competence or that or both, but would get the entire crowd singing.
That's absolutely social.
And then as people are singing and paying attention to everyone else, I would try to slip out.
Sure. Go ahead. Give me that social. In theory, it would be a competence after that, but I'm not going to bother if you make a high enough social check. Now, you're kind of... Yeah, you know what? On an 18, absolutely. You can get people singing. You've got an amazing voice. So, yes, everybody's singing, and you get enough of that going because you were already sort of on the subject of, hey, wouldn't it be great if we sang some drinking songs? You get everybody drinking and singing, and you are more than able to make your exit without anybody else noticing.
Okay,
where are you headed? Are you going to follow Sherlock to the cab, or are you just going to ditch him?
I'm going to make a resourcefulness check to see if I could find something near, or if I came in carrying something that would allow me to look, something that would let me listen in on the coach without being too standout-ish.
Yeah, go ahead. I'll let you do this as a resourceful. Go ahead and roll that resourcefulness check.
Like, I don't know,
or you know what?
or an umbrella.
Yeah, you know what? That's fine. You do have access to a coat. If nothing else, you can take one off the coat rack and steal someone's coat on your way out the door because, again, no
Mhm.
one's looking at you. And I'm not going to make you roll for it. In the rain, in the dark, you are more than able to sort of get near or behind the cab and listen in without having to make another roll of any sort. So yes, so Sherlock, we're going to cut to you. You are in this sort of intimate setting with Morris Freeman.
All right, I'm gonna prop open my pad as a prop here. Uh, and he's like, "Okay, Mr. Freeman, where should we begin? Maybe you said that you noticed that the police officers were surrounding Mr. De Winter's home. About what time would you estimate you foresaw of this, or when do you think you could guess when the murder had occurred? Anything, any detail would help."
Well, you understand, sir, I am only relaying what I heard secondhand.
Of
But
course, of
from
course.
from what I understand, I first heard of it. This would have been 7:30 or 8. And I overheard some people speaking with the constable, saying that the late Lord de Winterfell, although of course I knew him as Elijah DeWitt, he had been attacked in his own home. There was some dispute as to who had done it. Some accused a woman, others accused some fleeing nefarious figure, a man in black, but all were quite agreed that he had his throat slit in his own living room. I did not see the body myself, of course, although if you are investigating the story, no doubt you can confirm that the body exists.
Of course, of course. I've actually heard that the body was taken to the constabulary's morgue. But keep that between you and me. Now, you said you kept quite some attention upon the estate. Perhaps you can help me follow up on a lead. Perhaps you knew of, or perhaps even knew, people that had worked for the late Mr. De Winter.
Oh, not at all, sir. From what I understand, he cycled through servants more frequently than some people cycle through their undergarments.
I was really hoping you would know of Richard.
Nope. I admit my interest in the man's estate was only a morbid curiosity. I kept an eye out to look at the house any time I passed it, because, as I said, when Elijah first arrived here in Britain, I was the one to take him from the docks to 87 Chandler, and at the time I was quite upset by the fact that I knew him, but he apparently had no memory of me.
Interesting. Did you give any any other? Were you giving rides to anyone at the time that you learned of all of this as you were passing by 87 Chandler?
Oh, of course. There was quite a bit of luggage and other attendants who needed to be brought to and fro. Quite an undertaking it is to bring a man of such great wealth from one end of the world to the other. I simply brought packages and crates and so forth to the building, and last it was DeWitt himself. I was quite certain it was him, though I had not laid eyes on him in 30 years. But when I first confronted him, I said, "Good sir, you have chased me around the globe. How is it that I find you here in such finery?" And he professed not to know of me. And then, of course, I showed him this. And he removes the glove in what he intends to be a shocking display, showing you that he's missing two fingers. He says, "A lesson," he called it, "when I was short some of his supplies." And he said perhaps from now on I would know how to count. I showed him this wound that he inflicted upon me, and it was like I was an idiot child showing him a dead bird I had found. Such was the look of incomprehension and disgust upon his face. And I resolved in that moment that if he had not thought of me, why should I trouble my mind with thought of him? I said no more and left his presence, but I admit ignoring a past wound is easier said than done, and so it was that on occasion when I was in the neighborhood, I would find myself driving past his home, giving it a wrathful glare. And so it was that on the occasion I passed it this evening, I saw the crowd and I inquired, and so I learned of the man's escort to the fiery realms below.
Fascinating. Was this a common thing of the late Mr. DeWitt?
Oh, quite cruel he was, sir. No doubt you are aware that some time ago it was considered the order of the day in the southern United States for men of one complexion to compel service from men of a different complexion. I was one of those unfortunates, and when the war came, he professed his support for those slave owners and slavers of the South, though when the recruiters came, he often mysteriously manifested a limp. And when word came to us that we were to be freed, the man pulled a six-shooter and professed that he would rather see us in the ground than running about commingling with his white kin. I helpfully pointed out to him the lesson that he taught to me, that of counting, that he had 6 shots in his revolver, and there were 8 of us, and so he dared not pull the trigger. My compatriots, I presume, found other work, but I reasoned to myself that a freedom so recently given might be taken away again. So it was that I made my way eastward, and worked up enough money that I left that cursed land and came to a more civilized place, never dreaming that my captor would one day find me again.
And London welcomes you with open arms, Mr. Freeman.
He nods.
Now, this is a side of Mr. DeWitt that I had never heard of before. Perhaps more emphasis should be made upon this in my story. Do you perhaps know of any other individuals that may have similar or even more severe disagreements with the man?
Oh. As I said, I had many co-workers. We certainly were mistreated by him in his reign of terror over that farm. I am given to understand that thereafter he made his way west to find his fortune in California. Many will tell you that he made his fortune in gold, but from what I heard of the man and from what I know of his character, no such thing. No. DeWitt knows that true wealth is not gold. True wealth is 2 things: human beings and land. When he made his way to California, he learned well the lesson that I taught him, never to be outmanned or outgunned, and with both men and guns on his side, he staked his claim over wide swaths of that fertile pasture, and allowed other men to do his work for him, panning for that gold in those mountain streams, for the low, low price of a penny a day, plus 10% of whatever it was they found. It was in this way the man found his fortune, and not through any honest work, I'll tell you that. I would imagine there are a great many men on this earth who owe him their wrath and their hopes of revenge, although I cannot attest that there are any who have as strong a claim as I.
Fascinating. Now I shall Let you in on a secret my investigations earlier today, in fact, revealed to me as I questioned the police and those leaving the estate. Not only was this a murder, but some rather valuable possessions of the late Mr. DeWitt have gone missing. I don't suppose you would know of anyone that would know of such a thing, or if indeed you know of it yourself.
DeWitt, from what I understand, had millions upon millions of pounds. Anyone making off with items of true value would have been laded down. What is it that was taken?
I'm not sure myself. Presumably something small and transportable. Either they have either gotten rid of it by now or undoubtedly brought it to a pawn shop. I would suppose that it was, I don't know, jewelry or letters of state, that sort of thing.
You would do better to find paperwork than jewelry. A piece of metal and rock, it can only be worth so much. But a piece of paper, as I said, land. Land and humans. That is the true wealth, and DeWitt knew it well.
Interesting. Well, I don't think I'm going to get anything else out of this guy. Unless you guys have any suggestions on things to ask.
No.
What?
Nope.
Maybe it's like, what did he recognize about this guy? Was it the name? Was it some physical features? I mean, presumably, he'd have a very strong memory of this person and mentally aged him up by 30 years. But yeah, it's like, what did... Because, yeah, I mean, Sherlock's probably going, it's like, wait, the type of person who could afford that probably wouldn't have been a sailor / a lifelong laborer.
Well,
Also,
might have
there's the
become a
fact
laborer
that he just
after
mentioned
Civil
he was
War.
a farmer, and then after being a farmer, went west to California to be a prospector.
Mm-hmm.
You might
It was
ask if you know he was a sailor or not.
Watson also noted that
Yeah.
the man still had calluses and whatnot on. So
Yeah.
Hmm.
So
But from the
at the
past.
very minimum, he's been a hard worker recently. You know.
Yes.
So, and that he was possibly a sailor gives us a picture that he's been a hard worker his entire life, you know?
I mean,
So,
I mean, by all
The
means,
other
Saying that
ask.
question is-
Sherlock would bring up the farmer or sailor part, just be like, so what about him? 30 years is a long time. People change. How'd you recognize him
yeah.
more than...
He might
yeah.
also know something about where the tattoos came from.
All right.
well, I would save the tattoos,
No, well,
and
I
just
wasn't
mention
talking
the
of-
ship first.
yeah. Well, I mean, it's more the case of, are we talking about the same person? And I don't think Sherlock would necessarily be like, are you sure you got the right guy? As opposed to, so yeah, it's been 30 years. How did you recognize the guy? But I will go back to the chorus. Ribbit, ribbit.
well, I'm
it's
gonna.
a good thought.
It's a good thought, but abusing my Sherlock ability here, I'm just gonna directly ask the DM. Am I barking up the? Are we barking up the wrong tree with this? line
You
of
are
questioning?
absolutely barking up the correct tree, my friend. By all means,
Oh, good.
ask these questions.
Oh, cool. Rather than repeat them, assume that I asked them in a British accent.
Okay, well, you can
Which-
assume that I
which one?
respond in Morris Freeman's accent. He mentions that no, to his knowledge, Elijah DeWitt was never a sailor, certainly not for long enough that he would have gotten a tattoo on his feet. As far as Morris is aware, he worked the farm he inherited from his father, and then after he lost his workforce, he went west to California. As far as Morris knows, his trip from America to England was possibly the first time he'd ever been on a boat. Also, he will mention, if you ask why he recognized the man, as soon as Elijah DeWitt touched down in England, He began putting on extravagant airs. He was referring to himself exclusively as Lord Edwin de Winterfell. Again, this was before the sale of the manor, so he was not entitled to use the name Lord. He was definitely erratic in his behavior. Morris would also mention that when he departed from his ship, the HMS Steadfast, he was putting on such airs that he would only speak with one or two servants and refused to even speak with the captain or the sailors on the boat that had just transported him. He simply wished only to interface with the common people insofar as getting his property off the boat and to his new residence as quickly as possible. Also, of course, although Elijah DeWitt was using the name Lord Edwin de Winterfell, Morris would have heard from other people that Edwin de Winterfell and Elijah DeWitt were the same person. Although, given how quickly he adopted this new pseudonym, Morris communicates to you that he suspects that perhaps Elijah DeWitt was attempting to flee or to cast off any attempts from America to find him. A
Interesting.
name change is not necessarily a disguise, but it does make it slightly harder to find someone, especially from a continent away.
Interesting that you would say that there was no chance of him being a sailor. I, of course, did not see the body myself, but I have reliable reports that the man had sailor tattoos on his feet.
He scoffs and says, I would say that you should double check with your sources, sir. Perhaps they were looking at the wrong body. The man I knew had no tattoos to speak of, and as I said, certainly never set foot upon a boat, to my knowledge, save the one that brought him to these shores.
Interesting. Do you know that if DeWitt had family, or perhaps a brother, or estranged cousin?
The most curious thing, sir, while I worked under him, he had no sibling to speak of, and his father, as I said, left the farm to him. He had a sister, I believe, and a mother, obviously, but when I was ferrying his worldly possessions from the boat to his new residence, I happened to speak with someone, a woman it was, an older woman by the name of Elizabeth Cotton. I gave her a ride as well from the boat, and she said that she had spent the time observing Mr. DeWitt and his brother. I did not correct her, of course, that DeWitt had no brother, but she was quite convinced that she saw DeWitt and his brother aboard this vessel. I cannot imagine what it was she thought she saw. As I said, if he had a brother, I knew not of such a person in all the years of living under his thumb.
Interesting. Do you know where this Elizabeth Cotton is now?
Indeed I do, sir. I brought her right to her own front doorstep. She lives, and he gives you address. We'll say I made it up. Yeah.
Nice. Address.
Yeah.
Fantastic. That is not far from. Well, I shouldn't make assumptions.
Yeah.
That is X distance away from here.
It's a little ways from here. He says if you wish to speak with her, he can, in fact, give you a ride. Although he'd have to charge you for it, journalist or no.
I may take you up on that, sir. Allow me to.
Hearing that, I'm gonna
Yeah,
walk
allow
away
me
from
to
the
fetch
carriage
my
and then walk like I'm just happening upon the carriage.
allow me to fetch my companion. Ah, my companion.
Okay, so Irene, you get into the cab. It's quite snug for 3 people. And of course, you're already up to speed, but presumably you ask Sherlock the details, and he, in his persona as this journalist Robert, gives you the short version and says that you would now like to go to speak with Elizabeth Cotton. Although it occurs to you that by this point it's 9 in the evening, and having a journalist show up at her door might be difficult. You might run into the same problem that Watson did with Mary, where she might not want to talk to a strange person this late, especially about something that, as far as she's concerned, happened a month ago.
Would I know this Elizabeth Cotton from social circles? Could I roll
Go
for that?
ahead and make me a knowledge check.
Not great, but let's go. Go, go, go.
That is an 8. As a matter of fact, you do. Elizabeth Cotton, she is not extravagantly wealthy, but rather well off. And as a matter of fact, she makes a habit of going back and forth from England to America, depending on the season and on her whims. It does not surprise you that she would have been traveling, especially aboard the sort of vessel that would also carry a millionaire. And as a matter of fact, with that number, you don't know her exact address off the top of your head, but the address that Morris gave you is in what you would assume to be her neighborhood. You know that I believe she's unmarried, and like I said, wealthy, doesn't really have anything to do other than travel and speak to exotic people, and just she's generally pleasant, harmless.
But no one I would have met though, correct?
No one you would have met directly. You just sort of know of her from traveling in, circles. You would perhaps actually the one time you might have possibly maybe spoken to her would have been at a performance, because she does enjoy the opera. Anyway, Morris is more than happy to take your money and send you to the Cotton residence, unless you have any other questions for him right now.
I do not.
Okay, then we are going to cut to Watson and Wiggins. Watson, you mentioned you were looking for Wiggins. Wiggins, you just managed to lose this angry pawn shop owner after having not really gotten what you were looking for. The two of you meet back up. What are you looking to do?
So we'd be like, Wiggins, can you help me find the other servant here, Richard?
Wiggins?
You might be muted.
Hello?
There we go. Sorry, I was muted. Thank you.
All right.
Phew, sorry. Yeah, no problem, Doc. I just need a minute to catch my breath. Unfortunately, my plan over at the pawn shop might have gone a little lopsided. But yeah, I can help you find him.
Okay.
Just so, my dear boy.
The previous urchins have scattered, so if you want to make use of some urchins, you're going to have to roll social again to call them up.
Mm-hmm.
And I will remind you that you have used your Guardian Angel ability for this day.
Yep. Let me think here. Do we, out of character for a moment, do we have any idea start looking for him yet, or is this just kind of run about, ask people questions, and try to narrow it down.
Well,
kind
you
of
got
situation.
a first and last name. You suspect he probably lives near the place where he works, because he was walking there with Mary. And you know that he would have been looking for work as little as a week and a half ago.
Okay, so probably help to have the boys.
Mhm.
All right, Dr. Watson, give me 1 second here, and I'll turn, and Wiggins will like whistle.
And let's see how good you whistle. You get one dude.
Just one urchin was holding out
Oh.
for an extra sandwich.
Mhm.
Really,
Which
Timmy?
makes sense because, like, they
It's
probably
late.
you're not getting those other two kids back.
Really, Timmy? You're the only one that's coming?
It's late
It's,
and it's raining.
it's the best time of night for making money. What you doing in the day besides playing frickin', games in the street? Anyways, we got
Probably getting beaten.
we got a situation. Mr. Holmes needs some help here. Well, more importantly, right now, Mr. Watson needs some help with a situation for Mr. Holmes. You know anything about this? What's his name? Dr. Watson, what's his name? Richard something?
You would know it is Richard Beckwith.
Richard Beckwith.
Yeah, like he said, Richard Beckwith.
Make me a knowledge check, and I would say you are allowed to add your bonus for unsavory shit, which I believe is an extra 2d6.
Okay, so knowledge, which is, I think normally
Yeah,
a
if
1.
this urchin is from the area, they might sort of
Mhm.
know about the recent butler.
Indeed.
Ooh.
There you
Boom.
go. Triple fours. I'm gonna say that's lucky. Yes, as a matter of fact, this urchin knows Richard Beckwith quite well, and in fact knows where he is. Because Richard Beckwith, despite the fact that he's young and pretty and cleans up really well, is well known for being an opiate addict. And assuming that either he just did some terrible crime or that he just got a bonus from his employer and was told to take the weekend off, he's probably at one of the illicit locations nearby where one can obtain morphine or heroin or codeine or straight opium. You know of at least one location, and the closest one, most likely, it's in the back of another store, and you kind of have to know who to talk to and how to talk to them in order to get access.
Okay.
Awesome. Man, I am glad you came, Timmy. Here,
Welcome.
You know what? Miss Adler gave me a little something, so here. What's the smaller amount of money? Like a shilling, I think it is, or something?
I actually looked this up. A guinea, for some reason, is 1 pound, 1 shilling. A pound is 20 shillings. A shilling is 12 pence, and 1 pence is 4 farthings.
I got so confused about numbers. I'm going to give him
No, right?
I'm going to give him the equivalent of $1, whatever that is. You tell me.
Okay, you give him a cup.
Farthings?
Probably just toss him. Well,
Like,
no,
go buy-
a shilling
go
would
buy
be the
snacks.
equivalent of like $10.
Okay.
Yeah.
Enough to go buy some snacks. Like she gave me like what, 20
Yeah.
pounds?
Yeah.
Make it look like I was loaded. Yeah.
Yeah. So
Okay.
you toss him a shilling, and
Here, Timmy. Miss Adler gave me some money. Have a shilling. Go get some treats and stuff, but keep an ear peeled in case we need more help.
he
And-
nods and fucks off. So
Aye,
yes.
Wiggins.
So
What was that?
Aye, Wiggins. Now I'm
Oh.
fucking off.
Okay.
All right, Doc. Where should we hit?
An opium den.
Yes, on the one hand, Wiggins, you know the secret nods and handshakes and code words to be able to get into a place like that. But you also know they're sure as shit not going to let a little kid get in there.
Mhm.
Dr. Watson, you would
Mhm.
seem very much out of place, but as a man of medicine, you would have legitimate access to opiates of all sorts.
Yeah.
Oh, Doc, I got an idea.
Hmm.
You need me,
Yes.
and I need you,
Okay.
and you're a far sight stronger than Billy.
Okay.
And I don't think someone who's a little bit of a hunchback is gonna be out of place going into an opium den. And I'm
Huh.
gonna and
So you're proposing
Wiggins
to
is
ride
gonna
on my box.
Wiggins is just gonna
Back.
hold up the big coat that he's been dragging since the escape.
This is the GM talking?
Oh yes.
Probably not. Because if you're riding on top of him, like,
I'd be
you're
his
going to
hunch.
look, even with a hunch, he's gonna be like a hunchback person who, if he stood up straight, would be 8 feet tall.
Oh no, I'm not. No, I'm not talking about sitting on his shoulders. I'm talking about like kind of like
Like in a baby
piggyback ride?
Bjorn?
No, you know when you give somebody a piggyback ride where you hold their legs around your waist.
Sure.
So it's his head. He's the head and everything else. I'm just the big lump on his back.
Oh, so you're whispering instructions to him like a Cyrano de Bergerac.
Exactly. I'm in his coat as a hunch and just like huddled up against his back, like a backpack under the coat.
I'll let you try it, but that's up to Dr. Watson if he wants to go along with this or not.
This Dr. Watson
Terrible
has any better
idea.
ideas.
So of course Watson's going to go. Oh, sounds like a capital idea, dear chap.
Okay. So yeah, go ahead and well, Wiggins, you've got the higher competence and it's your idea. Go ahead and give me a competence check. We'll see how well you pull off this disguise.
Ah!
That's not a great check. You know what? I'm going to give it to you that, like, you try and stumble around for a bit, but Watson, that bum leg of yours is not going to let you hold up a 13-year-old boy on your back, not and walk like you normally would. So you take a few steps and then stumble again. So
Watson goes down on his knees and goes, "That is a great idea, chap, but I don't think my dear leg can hold us both up."
One day this trick will work on something. Well, I guess on our way over to the den, I can just walk you through all the handshakes and stuff, and I'll wait outside.
Okay. So yeah, on your way over, you tell him what you know about this place. So Watson, you are going to actually be able to talk to people and get access.
Mm-hmm. Right. Okay.
Okay. So as you show up, let's see, where the hell did I write this bit down? Here it is. Yeah, there's a curio shop. Again, it's quite late, but it is quite unusually still open. As you enter, you see there's a bunch of antiques. There's a bunch of foreign bits and bobs and so forth. And there's a man behind the counter who just sort of gives you the up nod as you come in. And he says, "Oh, good evening, sir. What is it I can help you with?"
And I'm going to give him the sign of, "Hey, I want to get opium here and go to the opium den."
Okay. Code word or not, he's gonna sort of use his own best judgment to decide whether or not you're a fucking narc. So give me a social check, please.
Yes,
Watson was
sir.
in the armory. He has a big narc.
I would like to purchase 1 opium, please.
I would like and drugs.
I'm gonna give him a roll to try and see through this. Oh no. He is quite pleased by the fact that a man who is actually well dressed and therefore likely has his pharmacological shit together and also has some money is interested in coming in. So you go through a few coded phrases. He leads you into the back room, and there you see a few couches. And there's a couple of different preparations of the fruit of the poppy there. And he asks you, what is it that you would like? He has morphine, he has heroin, he has codeine, he has just straight opium. You can smoke here. As you can see, we have cleaned up the place. It's actually remarkably sanitary.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, there's a few people just sort of lazing about. You're not certain 100% which one is Richard Beckwith because you only had the vaguest description of him. But yeah, there's a young man who sort of meets his description, who's just sort of kicking back. But before you talk to him, you're going to have to find a way to shoo away the guy who's trying to actually sell you the drug that ostensibly you're in here to have.
Right. Well, probably assuming I can make a resourceful check, I'm probably going to actually buy and then just fake taking it. Because,
Ooh.
hey, opium is useful and not illegal.
This is true. It's not illegal. This place is merely unsavory, not actually against the law. So yeah, no, I'm not going to make you roll resourceful. We'll assume you have some money on you, but if you're actually going to try to fake taking some, that's going to be a competence check.
Okay, awesome. Good thing I have a halfway decent competence check. Can I add my medical professional to
You
this?
know what? Yes, you can. You can do like a
Nice.
little sleight of hand to fake giving yourself an injection. Shit, yeah. Okay, you successfully managed to fake giving yourself an injection, and then you just sort of sit down and look like you're getting yourself comfortable and are prepared to relax. Maybe you give him a story about how it helps you with the pain of your war injury. You make, like, pull up the pant leg, show him the scar. He's quite satisfied with that, goes back to the front desk.
And I'm going to start talking to this guy that I think is Richard.
Go ahead and give me a social check.
Awesome.
I'm sorry, do I know you?
It makes me talkative.
Oh. Well, that's fair. It rather does the opposite to me, to be frank, but I'm happy to tell you of my good fortune. My employer is so pleased with my service that he gave me a bonus of 2 guineas and told me I could take the entire weekend to myself. Hence, I am here.
Your employer?
Yes.
Who is he?
Oh, you might know him well. He is Lord Edwin de Winterfell, a harsh and temperamental taskmaster indeed. But, let me tell you, I intend to ride that horse as long as it will bear me. He is very soon going to be taking up residence at a manor in the north, and I, to be his faithful servant and butler, I expect I will be able to get my nose wet. And he taps his nose quite often, and it's going to be good. It's going to be good.
How well do you know him? Have you been working for him for a long time?
Oh, no. Only a few days. But certainly I know of him. I wager half of London knows of him. Millionaire, came here from America. He has a way of spending the money, throwing it around, rising tide that lifts all boats, you see. And he is yet to learn the ways of a proper gentleman, and I rather think that I could maybe shepherd him in an advantageous direction. But as I said, the man can be generous when it strikes him. He gave me quite the bonus and told me I needn't come back till Monday.
Wow. He is certainly generous. Does he have any family or anything?
Family? Well, certainly none in London, sir.
Hmm. Hmm. I'm trying to figure out how to ask him how certain he was that it was actually him,
You could just
because
ask him like
yeah,
how it
yeah,
was that he was approached.
yeah. How did he approach you to
Noticing
give you this money? How was he dressed?
Dressed? Oh. We were preparing for a party of his. Uh, the other servant, Mary, and myself. When he came down the lane, coat up against the cold and the rain, I saw him, called out to him, said, "Lord de Winterfell, everything is made ready for you. I have these pastries here." And he came up to me and said, "Ah, yes, servant of mine, how good you have been." And he told me, he gave me 4 guineas when I said Mary was also with me, and he said, "2 for you, 2 for her, and both of you may go about your business, go do as you wish. I shall not need you till Monday." And with that, he entered into his residence, and I called for Mary, gave her her share, and we left. I admit I did think it odd that he would not require our services for the shindig, as he calls them, but I saw no reason to question his orders.
Oh. And he didn't even bother to use your name?
Well, it is not unusual to greet someone you know without giving them their name. How he speaks is his business. It is often that he will call me my boy or good sir, and quite fond he is, I have seen, of adopting strange mannerisms, different accents. It amuses him to put on a comedic voice.
Interesting. So did he seem to be acting strangely other than to let you go? Because if he had a party planned, surely he would need servants to clean it up.
Strange indeed, sir, but other than that, he simply seemed brusque. He seemed to be about his own business, and I certainly cannot blame him, for we were standing out in the cold and rain. Our interaction was brief, and as I said, he handed me some money and I chose not to question it.
So, I can't ask about that. trying to figure out if there's any other information that we should get here.
I'm gonna take some pity on you, because he trails off, and regardless of whether or not he knows anything more, I'm gonna say you're not able to get any more coherent information out of him.
Sure. So I'm going to head on out then, and take my newly purchased opium to put into my stash of medical supplies.
Good idea. Wiggins, as you're out there waiting outside the place, go ahead and give me an observation check, and you may add your bonus for unsavory shit.
Okay, so I'm rolling 3d6.
46, I believe, because you get a bonus 2 and your observation is 2.
Oh, oops. There we go. 46.
12, not bad. Okay. As you are waiting outside, you can see this gentleman has been sort of walking past you more than once in a way that is unusual during inclement weather and also in darkness. He appears to be keeping tabs on possibly you, possibly Dr. Watson.
He's big.
And I'm going to say, again, because you have a bonus to the criminal element, you do not know this person's name or what their business is, but you do know that when someone wants to hire someone for temporary work of a possibly unsavory nature, this is one of the gentlemen who is available for such enterprises.
I was going to point out he kind of looks like an aged up Wiggins. Like, time traveler.
Brother?
Yeah, possible. I will say that without the positive influence of a man like Sherlock Holmes, this is the sort of person a street urchin will grow up to be.
Mm-hmm. Anyways, all joking aside, Wiggins will probably I'd watch him a few times in passing to see if he's specifically observing me as I'm kind of being a kid waiting around like I'm waiting for somebody. You know, trying not to look like I'm specifically watching him.
He doesn't appear to be looking for you specifically, but you're going to have to give me a competence check to not have him notice you noticing him.
Okay.
Fortunately, your competence is pretty good.
One thing I got going for me.
That's what we all say before the ones.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, decent.
Ooh.
Okay. So yes. This gentleman does not notice you noticing him, and he is hanging back. As far as you can tell, he might be like observing you and taking you into account, but he seems to be waiting for Dr. Watson.
I'm at one point when he passes, passes by, as soon as he's not watching, I'm going to pop inside and go go alert the guy inside, like the guy the doorman.
Yeah, the guy who's behind the counter at the curio shop, he's sort of not really jazzed about seeing a child come into his place of business this late at night, especially not one who isn't dressed like he has a lot of money. And he says, "All right, what are you looking for there, kid?"
Yeah, sorry, mate. I know I'm supposed to stay outside while I'm waiting for dear old dad, but there's a guy outside that I know dad don't get along with very well. My father, he's, they have some altercations. I just wanted to go in and let him know he's out there, or possibly if I could, convince you to maybe let him know. Because it'd be a shame if my father couldn't come back regularly, be spending all his money here. You know what I mean? There's a
Which one's your father, young man?
Is the older chap with the the slightly bad leg and the doctor bag and whatnot, who came
Oh,
in just
with the mustache. Ah,
yeah.
yes.
Yeah,
Well, I can't
there's a reason
imagine.
I'm dressed like this when, he got a little too much money on the, in there. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm. Tragic, tragic. Well, I can't imagine he'd be much good. What with what he's been doing. But I'll see if I can rouse him. And he
I
comes into
appreciate
the
that,
back
sir.
room. And Dr. Watson, just as you're sort of getting the last dregs of information out of Richard, this store owner comes up to you, pokes you, and says, "Pardon me, sir. Your son's out front. He says there's a gentleman looking for you."
I guess I'll slur my speech or do whatever is characteristic of addicts and be like, "My son, yes, my son. I need to go to my son," and stumble out.
Okay. Yeah, you don't need to make a social check. He isn't really paying attention, quite frankly. He figures he's already got your money. So yes, you come on out and you see Wiggins.
Oh, father, there you are.
Ah, yes, my
Ah.
dearest and mostly beloved son.
I think we should probably go out the other way, if it's possible, with this fine gent who runs the place. Cause the you may remember the me and old Ben, that guy you don't get along with very well. He's outside, and I'd really rather not see you get into another altercation, father.
Yes,
Altercation.
let's avoid that. Benjamin, he's a bad guy. He's a bad guy. Can I use your back door?
Uh, well, I'd rather have intact customers, so by all means. And he takes you over to a side door that lets out into a very narrow alley. He unlocks it and allows you out. And he says, "You two be careful. Get home."
Yes, we'll get home.
I'll make sure father gets home good and safe like, sir. Thank you very much.
All right. So Wiggins, I'm assuming that you lead Dr. Watson in the opposite direction of where you saw this large gentleman.
Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe at a distance, I'll point him out when he's pacing around, if it's like, at a safe distance kind of thing.
All right. Give me a competence check for stealth.
Do I also need to roll that?
No, Wiggins is leading you.
Okay.
Oh, hell yeah. Yeah, you're good. So you duck out of there without anybody spotting you. Well done.
Oh, that's a relief. Sorry about the story there, Doc. I needed something to get you out of there.
Well, you're a boy of good sense. I anticipate something provoked you.
Yeah, no, there was literally a big dude that was pacing around out there, looking like some one. I've seen him before. He's one of them toughs that gets hired when people need certain shit done, if you know what I'm saying.
Yes, and we would like to avoid such complications.
Yeah, he seemed to be specifically kind of watching me, but mostly waiting for you. So I figured it was best to jump ship and get the fuck out of Dodge.
Yes. Why don't we join back up with Holmes and Irene and see what they have discovered tonight?
Okay, so are you returning to the crime scene or are you going to 221B Baker Street? Because you did not specify a meeting place with Holmes.
No, we didn't.
I'd incline to think that we'd probably go back to Baker Street. I mean,
yeah.
What?
Yeah, let's head back to Baker Street then.
Holmes
Fair.
wouldn't want to go back to the crime scene, even in character, because there's nothing there at the moment. Like, he's already looked at everything. It would be a waste of his time.
All
Right.
right. Well, we're going to cut to Holmes and Irene then, as Morris takes you to the residence of Elizabeth Cotton.
Fantastic, my good sir. Fantastic. I'm assuming we're getting out once we
And presumably
get there.
tipping generously, yes.
Yeah, it's like fantastic. What a smooth ride. I will be sure to retain your services in the future, my good fellow. You should look in the paper for my story. This upcoming week, I should say.
I certainly would, as I said, enjoy seeing it alongside the obituaries. And he
Of course, sir.
tips his hat and heads off. Probably just heading home this late. Speaking of it being late, it is now well after dark, and you are about to knock at a stranger's door.
Yeah, I mean, as one does.
Sure. Maybe let Irene
So,
take the lead
I'm-
on this one.
I was just going to suggest, Holmes,
Yeah.
you're not typically the best at this. If we're going to do something outside the social norms, it might require a woman's touch.
By all means, Ms. Adler.
All right.
And
So yeah, you head on up. You can knock at the door, and there's a servant who answers the door and says, yes.
We're here to call on Miss Elizabeth Cotton. We know it's late, but it's simply dreadfully important that we meet with her.
Give me a social check. Fortunately, this is a gentleman, so you may add your bonus if you like.
Oh, okay.
23. Okay. So because you made that and because he sees you have a man with you, he's only too happy to tell you to wait a moment. And he brings you into the inner foyer. And after a few moments, out comes Elizabeth. She's not dressed in an ostentatious manner. She doesn't appear to be, greatly, like she's not flashy. She doesn't wear a whole lot of jewelry. Although, of course, even if she did, you wouldn't expect her to when she's at home and, about to settle in for the night after having had her dinner. So she says, yes, I'm Elizabeth Cotton. What is it I can assist you with?
So, Miss Elizabeth, we're here what was the name you gave yourself, Sherlock, for
Robert Barnes.
as a report? I'm here with Robert Barnes, and we're doing a little research into the now late Lord Edwin, and
Late?
yes, tragically it happened not too long ago, but we had heard that you were under the impression that he had relatives. We simply must get in touch with them and come up with get their thoughts and feelings on this matter.
Oh, goodness. Yes, I was aboard the Steadfast a month ago when it was Lord, I suppose he styles himself, Lord de Winterfell. I admit I did not talk greatly with the man. He was quite boisterous, often in his cups. So we did not have much in common. I admit I did not even know his name until I saw the servants taking his worldly possessions to his new home here in England. But yes, The Lord Edwin de Winterfell. I saw him quite often, spending some time with a man that I can only presume was his brother. They looked so much alike, but it was easy to tell them apart. The one with glasses and a mustache that went like this, and she draws a W across her face. The other, presumably quite hale and healthy of eye, but with a beard out to here. Quite often I saw them talking and laughing with each other, but I admit I thought nothing of it, and I admit I do not know the other man's name. But
And
dead, you say?
yes, yes, it appears that he was murdered in his home.
Oh, goodness.
The newspapers will be printing that up in the morning, and we are here to get all the information ahead of the rest of them.
Oh,
Uh,
goodness. So, you
did
mean to tell me the murderer is still at large?
It definitely may be possible, which is why, as a service, we are also looking to contact his brother to advise him of this great tragedy.
Oh, I know not the brother's name nor where he makes his home. Uh, Perhaps someone at the docks who saw them off. It was quite a production getting Lord de Winterfell situated. They might have some memory of it, but I admit, as I said, I spoke with neither of them.
And they made no attempts to be secretive about their relationship or um, to appear at the same time.
Oh, would have been quite hard to keep secret aboard that ship, my good man. We were traveling across an ocean. It was the better part of a month we were on the same vessel together. But again, I do not keep company with such drunkards and loud and boisterous men. More than once I found myself retreating to my cabin, if only to spare myself the noise of their songs.
And they would both be drunk?
Well, I cannot speak as to their, state of intoxication, but certainly they behaved as such.
And I'll turn to Holmes and uh, does my associate have any questions for Miss Cotton?
Uh, did you perhaps? We spoke with another gentleman earlier this evening. Did you perhaps witness an altercation between the late Mr. DeWitt and a black gentleman that may or may not have been present at the time?
Black gentleman? Well, there was, I recall, one of the porters who had quite dark skin. I admit I thought nothing of it. I consider myself quite a modern woman, and as such I don't really see race. But
I'm sure, madame. The gentleman was quite adamant that that he had unresolved business, shall we say, with the late Mr. DeWitt, and I just merely wanted to confirm that his version of events were accurate.
if there was an altercation, I saw nothing of it. Certainly it
That's
was, as I said, quite the production, as the late, may he rest in peace, Lord de Winterfell came to England. He took great pains to establish himself as newly minted aristocracy, insisting that he not touch or interact with the common folk, as he put it. I think perhaps he got some bad ideas over in America of what polite behavior is.
That's
But
very
as a
interesting.
newly minted millionaire, I understand he made a great deal of money panning for gold over in the promised land there. Some men are fortunate, I suppose.
Um,
You
go ahead.
remember the name of the ship that you came across?
Oh, indeed,
When was it that you
indeed.
had last come across?
Oh, the HMS Steadfast, yes. We came across would have been a month ago. I admit when I am not booking passage, I bear no mind to what ships are in harbor. It's not my hobby. But certainly it was as fine a vessel as any I have sailed upon. Well, the captain. I do recall speaking with the captain. Quite a bold man it was, with a stern look in his eye. A Captain Astley. Captain Charles Astley. If indeed the Steadfast is here, presumably Captain Astley is as well, although I can't imagine that he would be available at this hour.
We'll need to speak with him perhaps in the morning.
I think we're about that is all the questions that we have. Just one last one. Do you happen to know the captain's first name? Would it have perhaps been Richard?
No, no, the captain of the vessel? It was
Yes.
Charles, Captain Charles Astley.
Okay. Thank you. I think that would be all.
Oh, well, I certainly hope you get to the root of this matter. I shall be keeping the doors well locked tonight if there's men of ill intent out and about in this weather. You keep safe yourself.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much.
And she sees you out. So yes, I can see here in the chat, Wiggins had sent some folks to tell Holmes that you were headed back to 221B Baker Street.
Which either I encounter them or that's where I'm headed anyway.
Okay. So yeah, one of the Baker Street irregulars meets up with you, tells you that that's where Watson and Wiggins are headed, and presumably you were headed there anyway. So the four of you meet back up at 221B Baker Street, and for the ease of simplicity, we shall assume that you all communicate everything that you have learned to each other at roughly the same time. So
Yes.
you are all now up to speed with each other.
She has the ring, by the way.
Yes. Irene, are you going to show the ring to Wiggins?
Yes.
Okay.
I show it to
Wiggins-
all of them.
Good. Good. When Wiggins, when you see the ring, you notice immediately, because it's a distinctive pattern of the alternating red and green around the diamond. You can tell that it is the missing piece from the set where you saw the necklace and earrings at the pawn shop. The pawn shop where you are now very much persona non grata.
Yes, well,
Ah.
I'm not, so...
Yeah, so I tell him like, oh yeah, no, I saw the necklace and the earrings that matched that right before we got kicked out of the pawn shop.
How...
It
Of
was
course.
quite an adventure, it seems.
Well, I shall need to investigate that pawn shop myself. That is key information. And in the morning, we shall also have to investigate this Captain Astley. The docks seemed like a place where we can learn more about the sailor who may have impersonated the late Mr. DeWitt, if that was indeed Mr. DeWitt at all.
Okay.
Yes. So I wonder if, because if his goal is to take everything, we may want to see if we can find where Mr. DeWitt was banking, and see if we can perhaps wait for a certain man's spectacles to appear.
Yes. If you want to find any of his financial information, you would have access to all of his paperwork and so forth, which is being held undisturbed at the crime scene.
Yeah. This is an adventure for the morning, however.
Okay.
Irene, I shall have Mrs. Hudson make up a bed for you.
Thank you very
Mrs.
much.
Hudson was already heading to bed herself, but she knows.
Sherlock doesn't care.
Oh, hell no, he doesn't. But yeah, no, Mrs. Hudson doesn't really know what Irene's deal is, but she does know that it would be absolutely improper for a young woman to spend the night with two unmarried men, so she is happy to let Irene crash on her couch.
Watson's like, I have a girlfriend.
Wiggins is probably
She
going
lives
to
in Canada.
Wiggins is going to be like, well, since I'm a crucial element of this investigation, I guess I'll be crashing here. I'll put myself up on your couch, Mr. Holmes.
Yes, whatever.
Yes, whatever. Love it.
Okay, so you presumably all catch 40 winks, and then the next morning, Saturday, bright and early, just as you're about to head out on your various errands, who should appear at the door but Inspector Lestrade? And Inspector Lestrade, just as you're about to head out, you run into him, and he says, "Ah, Holmes. Good to see you. Where is Miss Adler?" And he looks down the flight of stairs and sees her emerging from Mrs. Hudson's room. He says, "Ah, yes, good. You haven't lost track of her. I have
Astute as always, Lestrade.
I have some significant news for you.
Go on.
Last night, the dead of night, 2 or 3 in the morning it was, we of course were still keeping guard over the crime scene. You will be pleased to know that my men did their duty and did their due diligence and apprehended a nefarious gentleman who had climbed up the side of the building, broke into the second story, and was helping himself to the late Lord de Winterfell's valuables. We have him down at the police station should you wish to speak with the man, but I don't believe him to be involved in the case. Simply letting you know that should you wish to take a second look at the Lord de Winterfell's estate, there has been that disturbance.
What was there a name that is relevant to the case?
The man that we have in our custody, we were able to identify as one Oscar Gadsby. He is a cat burglar. We have nabbed him 1 or 2 times before, and he is known for being a man who makes poor decisions, this being chief among them. If I have my way, he'll not see freedom again for many years. Imagine attempting to burgle an active crime scene while an officer of the law stays not 10 feet below you.
Something very valuable must have prompted him to make such a risky endeavor. He had to know something was there.
Well, certainly, when we captured him, he had all manner of valuables on his person. Gold candlesticks, some bits of cash, primarily anything shiny that wasn't nailed down.
Lestrade, if you would permit me a question.
Certainly.
Are we certain that all those valuables came from Lord de Winterfell's estate, his house?
I suppose it's possible he could have burgled several houses in one night. We had not yet taken a full accounting of all of the late Lord de Winterfell's possessions, but for the time being, we've only caught him at the one place, and so we can only assume that the candlestick and the cash and the whatnot has all come from 87 Chandler. As I said, the man is at Scotland Yard at the moment, refusing to give us much more information than that. I suspect he has resigned himself to his fate. Should we not keep a close watch on him, I imagine he would take the coward's way out rather than face the rest of his time in prison. And between you and me, I half wish he would and save the taxpayer a penny or two.
Interesting. Well, he's not going anywhere. You boys can sit on him for a while. We have some
Indeed.
leads to follow up on.
What leads would those be?
I do believe my associates have located the missing set of jewelry that was absconded with the prior evening.
Oh, excellent.
I suspect that there may be a connection between this cat burglary and the missing jewelry.
Well, by all means, look that up. I suppose. Follow up with that. Anything further?
There may be a case of stolen identity that has gone afoot. Yeah, the details are not entirely clear yet, but we are further investigating.
Well, by all means, keep me apprised, Sherlock. I value your insight, but I can only keep the questions of the public at bay for so long. If there is a murderer on the loose, people have a right to feel safe in their own homes. And right now, they don't. The news has already made the papers, and he shows you the early edition, which right on the front page says, Lord de Winterfell, which is in quotes, murdered.
Yeah. Quite.
Okay, so it's the next morning. Apparently in the night, the crime scene was burgled. The burglar is at Scotland Yard. You have Captain Charles Astley to follow up with, assuming he is still here and not traveling one way or the other. He was the captain of the ship at the time that Elijah DeWitt came over. You also have the pawn shop to follow up with. Might I suggest having someone come to the pawn shop and say, oh dear, one of my servants stole my jewelry. I can identify it. I have the ring. Do you have the piece that matches this? Another option
Irene would probably be best at that.
Another option, when in doubt, Sherlock, you can always go and talk to your brother Mycroft, who is nigh on omnipotent, although you know that Mycroft is a snooty little bitch, and also that he has no love for Irene Adler, and while he would love to help you, his brother, if he knows that he's helping Irene Adler, might be less than forthcoming.
Right.
I'd like to voice one little bit of concern. I
Okay.
think our path forward may be mostly plain, but this Oscar person doesn't sit well with me. My main question for him, as I don't know if I will be even able to ask this of him, is was he even aware of the inspectors that were stationed at the house? Because if he was aware of them, the value of what he was taking, or dare, I think, maybe putting back, would have to be exceedingly high. And either someone was paying him to do that, or he took it himself.
I'm getting the sense that he was sent there either as a fall guy or someone to get blamed, or as set to get something specific accomplished, like you're saying.
Yes, and
Even
you
if
do
he's
know
not-
that there has been someone who has been paying, nasty people to do nasty things, but you don't know who or what or when or why.
Right.
Yeah, and even if he is not as smart a cat burglar, I doubt anyone is that stupid. Not for at least a great reward.
So it's
So
up
we
to
wanna
you who's
know-
going where.
Yeah, we want to know. I mean, we got to send. I suppose we got to send Irene to the pawn shop
Mm-hmm.
to figure out, get more information. Who had the ring? Like, what details the pawn shop guy can tell us about who sold him the ring. Um,
I will mention that if you want to talk to Oscar, the only people who Scotland Yard would let in to talk to him would be either Sherlock or Watson. Also, it's the next morning. It's nice and clear now. The rain has washed quite a bit away, and the air is clear and quite warm.
And yeah, I would love to take Wiggins with me to the pawn shop, but I fear that may be a bad idea.
Yeah, the dude
Yeah,
would
Wiggins-
definitely recognize Wiggins' face.
yeah, we can't have Wiggins go back to the pawn shop.
No,
Although a part of me wants to see if I could pull off a social check that high that would keep him safe.
well, to be fair, we could do the parent taking me into
Dragging him in by the ear.
apologize.
there-
Yes,
there's-
I was thinking a little bit along that, but we do also have to follow up with Captain
Captain
Astley.
Astley, yes.
So I mean, I'm definitely going to the pawn shop if Wiggins thinks that we could pull off a good routine with the pawn shop owner, then we should definitely go together. But
I think honestly, yeah, Wiggins would probably recommend that anyway.
I will
That,
also remind Alonso, you have an ability that you have yet to use. Watson can inspire people.
Mhm.
So if you're traveling along with somebody, you can give them bonuses.
Right. Oh, huh. That would be fun. See if I can give a bonus to let y'all roll even higher. I think that'd be like 8d6.
That'd have been useful earlier.
Yeah. Well, so Irene gets 5d6 normally, plus 2d6 because it's a man that they're talking to. So that's 7. And then plus 1d6 from Inspire gives a
Indeed.
total of 8d6.
Okay, so Irene
that
and
means the
Wiggins,
potential for 4 1s and 4 6s.
I know, right?
so
That'd be amazing.
Irene and Wiggins are heading to the pawn shop.
Yeah. And I think
yeah, I mean, it can be. I mean, if that's, I'm definitely going, and we need someone to check on Captain Astley, and we need someone to check on Oscar. So that's who's up for straws.
So might I recommend Watson and Adler go to the pawn shop, Wiggins check out the captain, Sherlock go to Scotland Yard and talk to Oscar.
Sounds good to me.
yeah, sounds like a plan.
All right. Well, then we will start with Sherlock. Sherlock, you head on over to Scotland Yard, and they do indeed have Oscar Gadsby in custody. And he is definitely hesitant to talk to anybody, least of all you. But by all means, make observation checks as you see him. He's sort of handcuffed and seated at a table, very sullen.
Yeah, it's just a regular old observation check. Now, 20's not bad.
20 is not bad indeed. All right. So you can tell Oscar here is resigned to his fate. And he's been arrested, he's been nabbed, so be it. He was just trying to get some money, as far as you can tell, and he's done what he's done, and now he has to take his lumps. And he is not inclined to cooperate unless maybe you can get him out of here. Then he would be happy to tell you anything that you would like to hear, whether it's accurate or not.
Mr. Gadsby. Can I call you Mr. Gadsby? Or is it Oscar?
You're that Sherlock Holmes, eh? I've heard of you.
All good things, I'm sure.
Well, you can call me whatever you like. I can't stop you.
True enough. Tell me, what foolishness inspired you to climb into a building that was full of policemen? You don't strike me as the sort of common thief that would get caught so easily. Inspector Lestrade, just earlier this morning, told me that you were renowned for your exploits, and yet caught for something so simple. I don't believe it.
Renowned for my exploits, am I? This is the place a successful thief winds up in, eh?
Well, that's just the thing. I believe you are a successful thief. Why have you ended up here?
Got greedy, I did. Heard the old bastard passed away, and I figured, well, before they take stock, I might as well help myself to a little skim off the top. And, well, I climbed up, always been good at climbing. Helped myself to a few targets of opportunity. Unfortunately, damn creaking floorboards gave me away. Constable came running up the stairs. I made a jump for it. Hurt my ankle. He shows you the ankle. And, well, that was it.
Really?
Yes.
Tell me,
Done
how
is
did
done.
you get to the second story window? Cat burglar such as yourself.
Seemed the easiest way to get in, quite frankly. A man napping at his post at the front door, and surely no one guarding the second story. The exposed brickwork finds a few finger and toe holds for a man who knows what he's doing, and there's vines to help. That's all there is to it.
Oh, surely. You had no help in getting in, I am sure.
Look, I've already told you what it is I know, which is nothing. So unless you've got something else to incentivize me, I shall spend the remainder of our time together singing Waltzing Matilda.
Well, Sherlock leans forward just a little bit. I suspect, my dear Oscar, that you are not alone in this. You see, I have heard a rumor that this situation, shall we call it, was surrounding the late Dr. DeWitt, Lord DeWitt, had an employer. Now, if there were such an employer, why any crimes related to that employer would be their fault, and why the employees that employer paid to do their bidding, well, they would not see such punishment as the same as the person paying them. If you were, say, paid or coerced in any way, then why, I see no reason why you would have to be in a jail cell at all.
I'm going to have you give me a social check, but you can give yourself a bonus of 2d6 because, like, you're dangling the carrot of freedom here.
Nice.
That is quite good. Well done.
Hmm.
Okay. So, yes. Oscar just sort of sits back in his chair and considers his options and says, "Well, yes, if you must know, it was at the bidding of another that I made my visit.
So I
Then
thought.
he paid me a handsome sum of money for the sake of, one supposes, getting more. And, well, I suppose you would know him well. Called himself Dr. Moriarty. Go ahead and make me a knowledge check."
Knowledge. Yes.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Godly. Okay. You know a lot about Professor Moriarty, and you know for an ironclad fact that Professor Moriarty makes it quite clear to anyone in his employ that he is Professor Moriarty. So if this guy says that he was hired by Dr. Moriarty, either he's lying or whoever it was who hired him used a fake name.
Nice.
Dr. Moriarty, you say?
And moreover, you, Sherlock, are quite famous, and anybody who knows kind of about you, but not a lot about you enough to know that it's Professor and not Dr. Moriarty, would know that, oh, maybe I'll give him this name and it'll send him off on a wild goose chase because he hates that Moriarty guy. So not only was this dude paid by somebody giving him a fake name, but he was given a fake name specifically to throw you off the case.
Interesting. What did Dr. Moriarty look like?
Scholarly fellow, I suppose. More solid than I would have thought. Glasses, I suppose, like a man of learning. Dressed all in
mustache?
black.
A mustache, maybe?
No, not at all. He was clean shaven.
Interesting. How much? What? I'm getting ahead of myself. What precisely did Dr. Moriarty tell you to do while here? Did he tell you to get caught, or?
Yeah. He couldn't pay me to get caught on purpose, sir. But he was quite clear that I should take valuables, whatever caught my eye. And I dare say he paid me more than those valuables were worth, so I can't imagine that this is a profitable venture for him. But nevertheless, I do as I am bidden. Needed the money, you see. Got.
Of course. I know how it is.
Give me one more social check, and again, I'll give you the plus 2d6.
Good.
That's 10 is average for 3d6, so I will say, yeah, he does mention this. Yes, and if he was using me for his own end, I will mention that it was not only taking I was doing, but he gave me bundles of papers and a book, instructed me not to look at them, which I didn't, and instructed me that whenever I take whatever I take, that I should leave those papers in its place.
And where was that place? What room?
The master bedroom it was. He had a writing desk there, and I left what papers I could there. I should have scattered them about the place, I suppose, but I dared not go downstairs. Now, I've told you this. You make good, you get me out of this place. I'll not arouse the wrath of one such as Moriarty for nothing.
Of course, of course. I will speak to Lestrade right away. Of course, you understand the need for me to verify your story. I do believe that this is most important. I shall be away to uh, the late De Winter's house immediately. And if the papers and journal are in their space, as you have told me, then I shall do everything in my power to speak to Lestrade about you.
Hmm. See that you do. See that you do. For I tell you this, if you do not come back for me and do as you have said, I am not long for this world, perhaps, but I will spend what few moments I have making things difficult for you in your future cases, sir. I
I wonder
have
what it would
an
be like to have a difficult life.
All right, so we're gonna cut from there, and I think we'll go next to the pawn shop, which I believe is Watson and Irene. Uh,
So, Watson, before we go inside, let's just get our story straight. I've done this before, but you obviously are not the best at subterfuge. Uh, would you feel comfortable posing as my beau, or would it be better if you were like a benefactor? Or...
I I would always love to have such a beautiful woman as yourself on my arm, if possible.
All right, so
That's a,
I go. What was it?
that's a yes to the husband or boyfriend, whichever. Sorry.
All right, yeah. So uh, let's go in as then let's go in as husband and wife.
Hmm.
I am Mrs. Watson,
Hmm.
uh, and as long as uh, most people don't recognize you from what I am told, so we should be safe using our our full names.
Hmm.
Shouldn't have to use any subterfuge there. And when we find them, before we pretend that we find them, let's just say that tell the pawn shop that we're looking, and if they have any idea before, and let's see if we can get them to bring them out of their own accord.
Mm. Okay. Sounds like we have a plan then.
all right. As you approach the pawn shop before you get in, both of you go ahead and give me an observation check.
Uh-oh.
Mm.
Observation.
Five's not great. Do better, Irene. Five is also not great.
Ooh.
Five,
Oh,
as it turns out, is still not great.
We're a match.
All right. So, Irene, you of course are going in first because you want to make best first impression. Watson, just as you're following her, go ahead and give me a hearty check, and I'm going to have you reduce 2d6 because of your bum leg.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Sure. So that'd be
9? Yeah.
9. Yeah.
9 is pretty good. I actually have this gentleman's stats, so I am going to roll a hearty check for him.
Ambush at the pawn shop.
Oh,
Oof.
I'm afraid he does better. Yeah, he, as you're attempting to enter the pawn shop, he actually, grabs you by the elbow and, spins you around, pins you against the wall. You can see he's quite a tall gentleman, red hair and mustache, wild look in his eyes, and he just sort of glares at you.
Hmm.
And he says, "Right, you're Sherlock Holmes, right?"
Amazing.
Uh,
I think I'll go with, yeah, sure. I'm Sherlock Holmes.
Okay.
See where this is going.
so
I'm going to give him another hardy check. Let's see how he does.
I'm. ugh.
That beats your defense. Go ahead and give me an endurance check.
Okay.
10 is average on 3d6. You are not disabled, but you momentarily have the wind knocked out of you as he gives you a sock right in the gut. And as you sort of bend over forward, he whispers in your ear, Dr. Moriarty sends his regards. And he just sort of shoves you to the ground and disappears down an alley.
Interesting. I'm going to get Huff, kind of like, ugh. Well, that was interesting.
Maybe don't claim to be me.
Well, he was a bit. So he's a big, tough guy, and like,
Well,
I think
what-
I'm just like, if
What
he's
did
going to
you
beat somebody up,
expect?
I'm going to protect my friend here and tell him that he is me.
Good choice.
I
Good
mean,
choice.
that's great and all, protecting me, but I'm not there.
Yes, but if I say, "Oh no, I'm not Sherlock Holmes," they're going to find you and beat you up.
So
Ah.
the thug just runs away.
Yeah.
He delivers
And-
his message, and seeing that Watson is in no shape to chase after him, he just sort of ducks down the alley. Message received.
And
Yeah.
I'm not disabled.
You are not disabled. You made that endurance check pretty good. So you are momentarily just like, whoa, what the heck?
Yeah.
But you're good.
Okay.
Irene,
you
you
started
stepped
this game
into
disabled.
the pawn shop, and you were just about to introduce yourself when you noticed that you're not, being followed by your compatriot.
Okay. Well, I'll step outside, and so I wouldn't see. I would see him running away
Yeah.
by the time I get outside.
You can make me an observation check, but you're going to have to roll real high.
Okay. Observation. Well, nope.
Wow, you don't see
I don't-
shit.
I bet
You
I
are-
don't even notice that Watson's hurt.
Yeah,
You are momentarily blind.
well, no, what it is he's doubled over. So as you come out, you're looking around at head height and you don't see him. So you're like, bastard ran off and left me.
Wow.
Watson, where are you?
Watson straightens back up. I'm right here, my dear. I'm right here.
I thought we were walking in together.
So did I. And then I was accosted by a red-haired ruffian.
Wait. I've not known you to say jokes, Mr. Watson. Run that by me again?
A red-headed ruffian accosted me and disappeared around that corner. He also left a message that Dr. Moriarty sends his regards.
Would I have to roll a knowledge check to know who Dr. Moriarty is?
Well, Watson, of course, you don't have
Or
to roll a
professor.
knowledge check at all. You know quite well that it's Professor
Mhm.
Moriarty because you
Mhm.
write all this shit down. Irene,
Yes.
yeah, go ahead and give me a knowledge check. And
There we go.
there it is. It's an 11. Yes, you know quite well that Professor Moriarty is a perennial villain who often steals the spotlight from you as one of Sherlock Holmes's antagonists.
Mhm.
Yeah, you also know quite well that it is Professor Moriarty, not Dr. Moriarty, and that Professor Moriarty would make certain that anyone using his name
Mhm.
would know the difference.
And not just that, but thought I was Sherlock Holmes, and no one working for Dr. Moriarty would make that mistake.
Moreover, even if he did think you were Sherlock Holmes, anybody who knows virtually anything at all about Sherlock Holmes would know that giving him a little roughing up and telling him not to investigate a case anymore is not going to make him not investigate the case.
I'm gonna do the exact
Exactly.
opposite.
Yeah.
So this is either somebody who wants Sherlock Holmes to investigate the case more, or it's somebody who doesn't actually know that much about Sherlock Holmes.
Mm.
Like, say, someone
So
who's coming over from America.
yeah. Um.
So,
Like, I don't think there's any reason that we have not yet at the point where we have not investigated this thoroughly enough.
Mhm.
So, it's probably someone who does not know him very well.
Okay.
yeah, someone knew that we would be here.
Yes.
Should we give chase? Do you think we could follow him?
I
Oh,
don't think we could catch him at this point.
Let's still go inside. See if maybe we could
Yeah.
find maybe chair or something for you.
I will be fine. I'll be fine.
Yeah, you've got your walking stick, you can lean on it,
Yeah.
and like I said, you're not actually disabled
Yeah.
from that, so stat-wise, you
Yeah.
don't take a penalty or anything.
Yeah. Okay. So, yeah, we'll head on in and continue with our plan.
Okay, so if you're making the great big roll, Watson, first you got to give me a social check to give a pep talk to Irene.
Okay. So, whoops. That's the wrong channel.
All right, sweet cheeks, you got this.
Whoops. Of course, it might be helpful if I roll D6.
do not roll a
Oh,
0.
dang.
That's awful.
That's astounding. Okay, so you do well enough on the check. Irene, you get a +2 because the gentleman behind the counter is a gentleman, and you get a +1 from Watson's inspiration. So you can go ahead and roll 8D goddamn 6 to try and convince this guy that you are tracking down your missing jewelry, and it absolutely helps that you have the missing ring. Nice. So that's 8d6, and just looking at it, you rolled above average. So yes, the on a roll that high, the pawn shop owner, seeing the proof of the matching ring and hearing that, oh, someone stole my jewelry, do you have it? He is actually willing to give you back what he believes to be your jewelry. And he is only too happy to help you find the miscreant who stole it from you in the first place. And he is happy to give you all the information he has. And if he does intend to get his money back from this whole interaction, then he expects he'll take it out of that miscreant's hide. And he takes out the ledger that Wiggins was trying to get earlier, and he shows you quite clearly, yes, I remember it quite well, this gentleman right here it was who sold me that necklace and those earrings. There he is, Sawyer, a Mr. Thomas Sawyer.
What?
Okay.
Might be a fake name from someone who knows American authors.
Maybe.
But quite fortunately, he also gives you a physical description, saying the man came in a rush late at night. It was dark. He was dressed in black. He had spectacles, and he specified a mustache that wrapped around.
I wrapped around?
Yes,
Yeah.
it had the
So-
big mutton chops and the mustache, but no beard.
Ah.
Yeah.
That's very, very interesting. Thomas Sawyer, you said.
He also mentions that
Did
he
he-
gave the gentleman, because he was in a hurry and, was trying to offload this jewelry, although he could see at a glance that it was worth thousands of pounds, he only offered him 400 and the man took it without attempting to haggle.
So, I'll ask, did he, what sort of accent did he have? Was he local or foreigner?
Oh, no, a foreigner he was, had a strong American accent and seemed quite almost angry at the world. I didn't think much of it, but he he seemed to be in quite a desperate place. Quite honestly, that's the sort of person I do the best business with, hence such the low price that he did not question. But had I but known that he had robbed a beautiful woman such as yourself, I never would have given him a farthing.
Mm.
Um,
Certainly.
this tells me a lot. Actually, this tells me a lot. Um,
He
did he
also, by the
seem like?
way, brings out the boxes that the necklace and earrings were in, which was why he initially did not assume that they were stolen, because they still had the box with the fancy M on it from the jeweler.
Hmm. Now, did he? How fast did he leave after you gave him the money?
Oh, almost immediately. He seemed he had a great many errands to attend to, though it was quite late.
I think we may have everything we have here. I would like to roll a resourcefulness check just to. Oh, I was wondering what happened to Dr. Watson. I would like to roll a resourcefulness check, just to go about compensating the guy. I know he said that's no issue, but
Yeah,
I'd
go
like to
ahead,
roll that, and
roll that.
I I can get +2 because for money rolls, right?
Yes, because it's
So okay,
associated with high society.
so that would be 5.
So we can operate under the assumption that you have access to stuff like that.
Okay,
Yeah, on a 16, you can absolutely hand him not the 400 pounds he initially gave, but close enough to it, 300 and something. And he initially says, no, is you shouldn't have to, but eventually he does take it, and he feels like he's done you a good deed.
Quite noble.
all right, Dr. Watson, I think it's best that we go down uh, and meet Wiggins at the docks. Something is telling me that we may have already missed our culprit, but that's where he would be heading.
Sounds like a capital idea. To the docks it is.
All right. You head on down to the docks. Wiggins, you're already there. Go ahead and make me a social check because, you're trying to find an adult who might not necessarily want to talk to you. 2's not great. None of the adults here want to give you the time of day.
Okay. Let me think.
You can make me an observation check, see if the steadfast is in harbor.
Let me see here. Actually, we know what the guy looks like, right? The captain?
The captain? Well, Elizabeth Cotton mentioned that he had a strong beard, and presumably he'd be dressed like a captain, but beyond that, no.
Alright. Since this is a close-knit area, I can probably do this. I'm gonna summoning my goons.
Hell yeah.
Wait. 5. Yeah.
That was. I'm
Wait.
presuming this is the new day. You're using your guardian angel ability because that was a luck check right there.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm getting a little sleepy, so it took me a second. I was gonna roll just summon, but you know what? Screw it. I just summoned 22 goons.
Okay.
Oh my god.
You have a
Yeah.
veritable army of kids. A lot of them were hanging out here by the docks because there's always people who need someone to carry their bags for them for a penny or two. So yeah, you've got an entire musical theater troupe worth of adorable urchins.
All right. All right, boys and girls. I'm assuming at this point there's probably a few girls.
Yes.
We got an issue to solve for Mr. Holmes. I need all of you to fan out, look for a Captain. Out of character, what was
Charles
his name?
Astley.
Captain Charles Astley. Apparently, bigger guy, has a very full beard, and apparently captains a boat called the Steadfast. I want y'all to fan out, and as soon as somebody finds something, give a whistle like this. And I'm just gonna whistle in a specific way.
Sure.
And that'll summon us to you. I want us all to stick to the docks today because it takes me enough time to try to get a bunch of you together for anything, and it'd be useful to have a bunch of folks around today.
Okay.
All right.
With 22 kids running all in and around the place, it doesn't take them long before they find Captain Charles Astley, as he is indeed aboard the Steadfast, which is in harbor. The Steadfast was a ship in the Royal Navy, but of late it had its guns stripped and is primarily used for taking people back and forth across the Atlantic. Is no longer combat worthy, but it is still seaworthy, and Captain Astley is quite proud of it.
All right. Wiggins will head to the boat. Out of character, I can't remember. Did we think Captain Astley did it? Like, should I be careful?
No, you are investigating the story that there was some weirdness when Elijah DeWitt first traveled here. Also, Elizabeth Cotton was under the impression that he had a brother with him that Morris Freeman, as far as he knows, doesn't exist.
All right.
But yes,
All right, so
Captain
Wiggins
Astley is quite not impressed with the little, children who run errands for people all swarming his location. But that might give you an advantage if you want information out of him. Promise him you'll leave him alone if he talks.
Yep. Hey, you must be the Captain Astley that I was told to look for.
Indeed I am. What is it to you?
Well, I'm doing some work here for one Mr. and Dr. Watson, and I need to find out some information about a lord that was on your boat not too long ago.
Lord? What, who is it of which you speak?
An Elijah fella.
DeWitt!
Yeah, him.
Ah, bastard he was. I spent an entire near a month aboard this vessel with him bragging about all of his accomplishments and the great deeds he'd done in his life, how he made millions of dollars and was coming to our fair shores to live a life of luxury for the rest of his days. From what I understand, the bastard goes by Lord de Winterfell now. And if you read today's paper, you're a bit late. He's dead.
Oh, I know he's dead. Mr. Holmes is trying to figure out why he's.
Yeah, if you ask me, he probably, angered one too many people, and one of them took it upon themselves to rid the world of him.
Yeah, we've been hearing he wasn't the most like person.
You know what the
But,
worst of it was? He
mhm.
spends the whole trip coming over here and drinking, carousing, bragging to anyone who will listen about all the details of his life, and once we make sure, wouldn't even look me in the eye. It was too good for us all of a sudden. And we were, of course, all reeling from the fact that, well, we'd lost a man the voyage over.
Oh?
Hmm. As a sailor, Noah Bacon. He was a good man. Not too bright, if you ask me, but he got on well with DeWitt for the duration. But then, night before we came in, went overboard, and DeWitt seemed none too troubled about it. Fast friends they were the whole time, drinking and carousing, when Bacon wasn't on duty, of course. And then, when I told him, hey, Bacon's gone, have you seen him? We believe he's gone into the drink. Again, all of a sudden an aristocrat. Good
Huh.
riddance. Hope he meets up with Bacon in hell, and I hope Bacon kicks him in the arse.
Huh. Interesting. And can you tell me what this Noah Bacon looked like?
Oh, certainly. Near the end of his career as a sailor, I'd say. 58, 59 or so. Big bushy beard on him. But other than that, stocky, solid gentleman, about yay high. He goes on to describe some other physical features that are not particularly of use.
Tattoos.
You can ask about tattoos.
Sorry, my mic had gotten muted.
Okay,
Um,
I will assume then that yes, you do
I
ask
was
about
I
tattoos, and
was
he
I
does
was asking
confirm.
about
Yeah, that he would get the occasional joke whenever anyone would see him barefoot. People would ask why a man named Bacon wouldn't have a pig on both feet.
Oh. Oh well. I think I need to find Mr. Holmes and tell him about this. Are you leaving anytime soon, Captain?
Not for a few
Like,
more days yet.
okay. I think this information is the kind of thing Mr. Holmes is gonna want to hear. So he might want to come thank you later, or well, more importantly, probably send Mr. Watson to thank you.
Well,
But
I will thank you quite well to keep these children from getting underfoot. There's no need to
oh,
swarm us. We're
oh,
trying to do real work here, adult work, dangerous work. Off with you.
that's fair. That's fair. Hang on a sec. I got this. Hey guys, back to Baker Street.
Shit, I can't feed them.
That sounds like a you problem.
It is a me problem. That's why I'm bringing it up.
Anyways, well, you have yourself a good one, Captain. And Wiggins salutes the captain in the most terrible salute he could possibly pull off, and then hoofs it up over and away from the boat.
Okay. So am I right in assuming that all four of you, with what information you have, are reconvening at Baker Street?
I was headed straight for the DeWitt Manor from the police station.
Okay. So that is where Sherlock is headed. Well, you know what, Wiggins, I'll give you this, since you have a whole swarm of kids with you, and you just said that they're headed in that direction.
Mhm.
We'll pull the same trick that you used earlier and say that some of them run on ahead. They find out that Sherlock isn't there. and at least one of them knows he's headed to Chandler Street, and so it's up to you whether or not you want to meet with him at the scene of the crime.
Yeah, I'll reconvene the army if I can manage to maintain the full 22 kids. I'm gonna guess some of them probably meander
Yeah,
off on me.
they're sort of meandering off. They're under the impression that they've done their job, but I'll give this to you. Some of them can also go find Watson and Irene and tell them to meet up at 87 Chandler as well.
Yeah. Sounds
Okay.
like a plan.
Cool. So yeah, so I'll head to Chandler then, and
All right.
I'll leave it up to you if I manage to keep at least a few backup kids with me at that point.
Yeah, we'll say you still have some of them with you. I mean, you burned your guardian angel. I might as well give it to you. So Sherlock, you're the first to arrive there, and you see the police. You see that Inspector Lestrade is there, and also you see this gentleman. He's an older man, glasses, cane. And Inspector Lestrade is talking with him, and there's a few of the police officers rushing about doing something or other as you walk up.
Excellent. Excellent.
Lestrade. Ah, yes. Pardon me, I don't think we've been introduced.
Oh, Sherlock Holmes. This is the late Lord de Winterfell's brother, Moses DeWitt. From what I understand, they were long-lost siblings. Moses here went to Africa to seek his fortune, while Elijah stayed in America and was the more fortunate of the two. I had the misfortune of informing Mr. DeWitt here of his late brother's passing. And Moses just sort of nods glumly. You can go ahead and give me an observation check.
Oh, we're turning on the hyper focus now.
Okay. So this guy, you cannot deny the family resemblance. Oh no, wait, you can, because you haven't seen Elijah DeWitt. The only person who would have seen his face would have been Irene when he was alive and Watson when he was dead. But from what you've heard of him, he looks very much like him, only clean-shaven. He's got glasses. He's got a cane with him. There is a bulge in his jacket, and from the way he's standing, you can tell he has a shoulder holster and a pistol of some sort on him. He is quite well built, muscular. Dirt definitely looks like he's spent some time, probably quite recently, in the sun. There's a quite a bad sunburn that's just healed. Yes, he's quite somber and seems to be quite upset to be only just now hearing about his long-lost brother's death.
Great. I am now torn between the desire to tear into the house and find this ledger as fast as possible and the opposing.
You don't have to, my friend, because indeed the constables who are milling about, some of them are looking through Elijah's paperwork and confirming that yes, indeed, right here in the journal, he was looking forward to finally once more meeting up with his long-lost brother. And right about now, I'm going to say that the rest of the party is showing up. Wiggins, Watson, Irene, you're coming from your different vectors, and you see Sherlock with the cops and with Moses DeWitt, who is clearly in mourning over his late brother.
Can I make an observation roll to see if I notice if Moses is freshly shaven?
He is.
Yeah. I'm gonna go ahead and give that to you without a roll. As I said, he has been in the sun, all except the bit of skin from sideburn down to cheek to mustache to
Okay,
sideburn.
I
Yeah,
missed
he's-
that.
Yeah, no, he's recently shaven.
Okay, cool.
Man, half of me is like, yeah, well, he's the actual millionaire.
So there's two things. First, he was a slave owner and a cruel one, and second, he actually did the murder. So I'm not really inclined very much in this guy's favor.
But here's the question: can you prove it?
Okay. Irene, you saw him with a gun. He's got the recently he's got the evidence of recently shaved. He was out in the sun because he was surviving a shipwreck or a storm. So he has been one way or the other been out on the sea for since forever.
We can prove
Here's-
through the two
Wiggins.
servants' witnesses that they saw someone who resembled their master,
No,
giving
only
Richard money.
saw him.
And-
Yeah.
oh, sorry. Richard saw somebody who resembled his master, gave him some money, didn't seem to know him, and went into the house. However, we know through Irene's testimony that the Lord Erd did not know that his people had disappeared. And so that shows that somebody who resembles him enough to that a close acquaintance would consider them to be the same person, was in there. So there's that. And
we
then
have
we can
the testimony
use
of
the jeweler as well, that this was the person who sold him the missing items, the missing jewelry, So I think
we have
we've got enough to put him there at the scene of the crime, okay, with a motive, okay, because the captain's testimony will show that he had a reason because this guy stole all this stuff from him,
and we do have the cat burglar in Oscar in jail going, yeah, no, I planted that journal there.
Okay, well, far be it for me to suggest a course of action here, but you know who would be a real good eyewitness who you could probably get to come here in a hurry, not a man who is, busy tending to his business or someone who is currently in police custody. Why don't you hail a cab?
Yeah, no, that was my next thought. Let's, hey, good old cabbie, get over here.
And this is where I'm going to say that Wiggins were using the last of your irregulars, that the swarm that you managed to get. If you instruct them to find a specific cabbie, they can go run and find him.
I'm going to guess not a lot of African-American cabbies in, 1890s New York.
Not
or in
that
1890s
many.
England.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, the thing though is that England had practiced slavery for a long time and had imported African slaves.
Certainly.
They just banned it earlier than America did.
Yeah.
So your mileage may vary.
Yeah, no, there are certainly plenty of black people in England at any given time period, thank you very much. But a black person who is missing 2 fingers and who was a former slave in America and had an American accent is a different person.
That's fair.
Yeah, but there would be very few black Americans who made their way to England because, it takes a while to save up enough money for that boat trip.
Yeah, no, this is fairly easy to be like, no. Dude, you could have just gone to, like, the authorities. What is wrong with you?
So I'm going to send the kids out to get the cabbie.
Okay.
Lestrade, arrest this man.
I'm going to have you give me a social check to handle this in a way that doesn't cause him to react negatively, shall we say.
Let me just go ahead and roll a 1. That'll be great. Oh, no, it's a 6. Fantastic.
Nice. Okay, so you managed to talk to Lestrade in a confidential sort of manner, and you say, hey, maybe keep this guy, pacified for now, but someone's on their way who can confirm our suspicions. And sure enough, Morris does show up, and he was expecting that he would be giving you a ride. And he says, "Ah, yes, Robert Barnes. I missed seeing your article in the." And then he turns and looks at Moses DeWitt and says, "Well, seems the rumors of your death were greatly exaggerated." They both like quoting Mark Twain. That's sort of the theme. And Moses just sort of stops and stares and glares at Morris and says, "Well, son of a bitch."
And that is the confirmation that I require.
As the constables come forward, and he's surrounded, so he knows he doesn't have a chance with the gun. He looks at Morris, and his parting quip is, boy, I came to England 'cause I thought there weren't none of you here." And Morris just sort of shakes his head and says, "Well, surprise."
Oh, horrifically racist of him.
Yeah.
Can some like roof tiles just happen to crush his skull as they're taking him to the station?
Can the Greek chorus make a roll?
Roll for Deus Ex Machina.
Yeah, Kev, go ahead and give me just a straight up D6 here. We'll see how gentle the police are.
Oh,
Yeah, they
Aw.
he trips a little bit on his way out, but they don't really rough him up because they don't want to mess with
He's
their
rich.
chances of, well, not anymore. He isn't.
No.
Okay, so just to wrap this up, let me give you the full picture here. Noah Bacon happened just randomly to be a near doppelganger for Elijah DeWitt, and on the trip over, got him drunk and got all of the stories out of his life until he was sure that he could pass for him, at least in a country where nobody knew him. Then, just as they were about to reach England, shoved him overboard, shaved the beard down to the W mustache, and that's why he avoided the gaze of the sailors who might know him, put all his stuff there, and started acting. However, he overplayed the part because the man he was playing, he primarily knew him when he was drunk. The real Elijah DeWitt did not die in the open sea, but happened to be fished out by some Irish fishermen the next morning, spent several weeks convalescing in their home in Dingle, and when he finally regained his strength, was so incensed that someone had stolen his life, because of course they would have mentioned, "Oh, did you hear about this strange man who just came to England?" That he robbed the people who tried to help him be the Good Samaritan, came to England with every intention of confronting Noah Bacon. He approached Richard, believed he was his employer. Elijah, knowing, hey, if I'm going to confront this guy, I don't want the people he's paying around, so he paid them off with the little money he stole from the Irish fisherman, sent him and the servant off. Wasn't familiar with the layout of the house, so he first stuck his nose into the servants' quarters, then came to the study, crime of opportunity, stole the necklace and earrings, went into the kitchen, looked out from the kitchen into the main room, saw the man with his back to him listening to the 1812 overture, and thought to himself, well, I've got the gun, which, again, he had stolen from the Irish fisherman, but I want to make this, a proper reunion. So he grabbed, just spur of the moment, kitchen knife, came up behind him, gun in his back with his good hand, left hand had the knife up at his throat, not really intending to kill him, but just to, get his attention. Unfortunately, remember, Elijah DeWitt had a head cold, and just at the wrong moment had a big ol' sneeze. So when Irene came back, Elijah DeWitt, not really in the moment knowing the layout of the main room, instead of going for the door, that's why he helped himself out the window and into the soft dirt of the garden on his way out. So immediately knowing, oh shit, Elijah DeWitt is dead, how do I get Elijah DeWitt's money? He pawned the jewelry that he happened to get using the name Tom Sawyer, hired some miscreants, wrote up a journal in his own hand saying, I can't wait to reunite with my long-lost brother Moses, shaved the mustache down to clean-shaven, paid off Oscar to plant the journal because he reasoned when you catch a burglar, you ask what he's taken, not what he left behind. And knowing later on in the day that Sherlock Holmes was on his tail, but not knowing that much about Sherlock Holmes, paid off some thugs to try to intimidate anyone investigating the case, not knowing that, hey, it's Sherlock Holmes, that ain't gonna work.
Elementary, my dear
Nice.
Watson.
Nice.
And so he attempted to pose as his own non-existent brother. But
And he almost would have gotten away with it.
If it weren't for
Those
the three of us and
meddling-
like 25
22
meddling kids.
25 meddling kids.
well done. And I'm
Yeah.
sorry
Thank
that
you,
took
thank you.
slightly longer than I thought it was going to. I tried to push y'all through it, but yeah.
Yeah.
That was
good.
No, like it was really great. Like I enjoyed playing with it, and y'all are a lot of really good role players to play with. You know.
Yeah, it
Thank
was
you,
fun.
thank you.
I love
Dave,
fun.
Dave. That was good times.
I thoroughly enjoyed my 2 attempts at being multiple people in a trench coat.
Yes. Neither of them really worked out for you. But
I would have thought that only works in, like cartoons and stuff.
well,
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
thought that
the
was
one
great.
time you just rolled absolute shit, and the other time, like, you're getting on the back of a man who has canonically a bad leg.
Hey, to be fair, I'm a 13-year-old boy. Like, look at my daughter who's 11. She would totally come up with a plan
Oh
like
yeah,
that. Not
no,
make some
she would
mistake.
absolutely. Okay, so
No.
The fact that Watson went along with it is the best part.
well done. Yes.
Yes.
So yes, I'd like to thank you all, everyone in the chat, everybody for joining us. I, of course, once again have been Tailsteak. We've had Gray playing Sherlock Holmes, Alonzo playing Watson, M playing Irene, Nitrogo playing Wiggins, Kev as our Greek chorus. If you enjoyed this, by all means, check out all my other stuff. Support me on Patreon. That's how I can devote the time to do crap like this. This video will be archived. You can see videos up there with the number. You'll be able to watch it later. And thank you all for joining me. This has been great.
Thank you.
Yes.
It was great to be able to come.
Thanks for having us.
All right. And everybody have a good night.
Good night.